네, 먼저 인사드리겠습니다. 2021 서울 국제 도시 회복력 포럼을 시청해 주시는 국내 그리고 세계 각국의 여러분 반갑습니다. 저는 오늘 행사의 진행을 맡은 박상연입니다. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and participants from both on and offline from all around the world, welcome to the International Urban Resilience Forum Seoul 2021. My name is Sang-yeon Park, your MC for today's event, and it is my great honor and great pleasure to be guiding you throughout today's proceedings. It's an honor to meet you all. 네, 올해 포럼도 코로나 상황이 지속되고 있는 만큼 온라인 송출 방식으로 개최가 되고 있습니다. 현재 최소한의 인원만 모시고 이곳 DDP 화상회의 스튜디오에서 함께 진행이 되고 있습니다. Now, we would like to remind you that today's forum is being streamed online due to COVID-19. Now, currently we are at the DDP's virtual conference studio where only a minimum number of guests are present for this forum. 네, 올해 포럼은 코로나 이후 새로운 일상과 도시의 회복력이라는 주제로 함께하고 있는데요. 다양한 사례 발표와 담론을 통해서 도시 회복력 이슈에 대한 정보를 교류하고 또 그 해결 방안을 함께 모색하고자 오늘 이 자리 마련했습니다. 여러분께서 끝까지 함께해 주셔서 좋은 정보 교류장을 함께 만들어 주시기 바라겠습니다. Now, for this year's International Urban Resilience Forum, Seoul 2021, which is held under the theme The New Normal, Building Resilience in the Post-COVID-19. Now, today's forum will be featuring various discussions and presentations on sharing ideas and solutions on the issues of the urban resilience. So please stay with us till the end and hope you take home lots of thoughtful and interesting exchanges back home. 네, 그럼 오늘 개회식에는 해외에 계신 각 세션 연사 여러분들께서 온라인으로 참석해주고 계십니다. 호명되신 분들께서는 가볍게 손을 흔들어 인사 부탁드리겠습니다. And now for the opening ceremony, we have been graced by our honorable guests from overseas who are here with us online. So as I call upon each names, please greet us by waving your hands. 네, 먼저 시라 사텐다 제인, 인도 델리 주정부 보건 및 도시개발 장관님이십니다. Please welcome Shri Satendra Jain, Minister for Health, Urban Development and Government of NCT of Delhi. Welcome. 네, 다음은 루이스 카르바로, 포르투갈 아마도라 시민안전국장님이십니다. Please welcome Luis Carvalho, Civil Protection Coordinator and Local Police Commander of Amadora. Thank you so much for your participation. 네, 다음은 켄드라 히라타, 시티넷 요코하마 사무국장님이십니다. Please welcome Kendra Hirata, Director of Citynet Yokohama Project Office. Thank you so much for your participation. 네, 다음은 히로유키 후지타, 교토 재난 회복력 총 책임자님이십니다. Please welcome Hiroyuki Fujita, Chief Resilience Officer of Kyoto. Thank you so much for your greetings. Thank you. 네, 그리고 이곳 화상회의 스튜디오에 계신 참석자 여러분들을 소개해 올리도록 하겠습니다. 호명되신 분들께서는 가볍게 손을 흔들어 인사 부탁드리겠습니다. And now let's move on to our guests here in the studio. As I call upon each names, please greet us by waving your hands. 네, 그럼 먼저 오늘 포럼의 주관 기관인 서울기술연구원의 고인석 원장님이십니다. Please welcome 고인석, President of Seoul Institute of Technology. Thank you for your participation. 네, 이어서 축사를 해주시기 위해 참석해주신 시티넷의 임근형 대표님이십니다. Please welcome 임근형, Chief Executive Officer of Citynet. Thank you. 네, 그리고 오늘 기조 연설로 함께 해주시는 반기문 제8대 UN 사무총장님이십니다. Please welcome 반기문, the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations. Thank you. 네, 그리고 마지막으로 오늘 포럼의 주최 기관인 한재현 서울특별시 안전총괄실장님 함께 하고 계십니다. Please welcome 한재현, Deputy Mayor of Safety Management of the Seoul Metropolitan Government. Thank you so much for your participation. 네, 오늘 포럼을 위해서 정말 많은 분들께서 참석해 주셨는데요. 다시 한번 감사의 말씀 드리면서 그만큼 유익한 시간이 되셨으면 좋겠습니다. Now, so many prestigious guests have graced us with their presence here today. Thank you once again. And we really hope that you will have a fruitful time throughout today's forum. 네, 그럼 오늘 포럼의 이해를 돕기 위해 준비된 주제 영상 함께 시청하도록 하겠습니다. Now, to better aid your understanding for this year's forum, we have prepared a theme video. Let's take a look.
Is your city resilient? Urban resilience is the ability to restore a city to an improved state quickly after disaster hits. Resilient Seoul. COVID-19 quickly changed the world around us, and we learned to grow accustomed to new lifestyles. The pandemic led to a paradigm shift in many areas, such as nature, economy, and international relations. This became an opportunity for a sustainable future and the Great Reset for a better world. A digital world approached us quickly with the age of the Great Reset. Business, education, and other fields of society transitioned to online as all entered the digital society. The speedy development of technology meshed with the Fourth Industrial Revolution to apply to various parts of the city. Urban infrastructure that applies advanced technology, such as robots, IoT sensors, and artificial intelligence, led to the emergence of a sustainable smart city. However, speedy changes deepened the problem of the digital divide. Learning opportunities for low-income children declined, with the disabled and the aged becoming more isolated. Furthermore, the gap formed between city and city, country and country, emerged as another problem. The coronavirus pandemic taught us that hyper-collaboration alone can overcome such crises. We coexist with abundant nature. We do not hesitate to make changes for a hopeful future. And we create a city that is resilient to disasters and crises. Resilient Seoul.
네, 오늘 포럼을 통한 다양한 논의로 회복력 있는 도시 서울이 되기를 바라봅니다. We look forward to Seoul becoming a resilient city through this forum. 네, 그럼 지금부터 오세훈 서울특별시장님의 개회사를 영상으로 시청하도록 하겠습니다. Now, to start off today's forum, please welcome 오세훈, Mayor of Seoul, for his opening remarks.
여러분 반갑습니다. 그리고 환영합니다. 서울시장 오세훈입니다. 먼저 2021 서울국제도시회복력 포럼의 성공적인 개막을 위해 귀한 발걸음해 주신 고인석 서울기술연구원장님과 시티넷 임근영 대표님, 그리고 마미 미스토리 UN 재해경감 사무국 특별대표님과 기조연설을 맡아주신 반기문 이사장님께 진심으로 감사드립니다. 그리고 화상으로 함께 해주고 계시는 해외도시 대표단과 국제기구 관계자 여러분, 국내외 석학과 전문가 여러분께도 감사와 환영의 인사를 드립니다. 코로나19라는 유례없는 재난이 확산되고 장기화되면서 전 세계는 새로운 위기와 도전에 직면해 있습니다. 특히 세계 인구의 절반이 거주하고 있는 도시의 경우 경제, 문화 등 주요 기반시설이 집중돼 있어서 재난에 더 취약할 뿐만 아니라 그 후유증도 더 빨리, 더 깊게 겪을 수밖에 없었습니다. 문명의 대전환기인 포스트 코로나 시대에는 도시의 재난 대응도 이전과는 달라져야 되겠죠. 지금은 자연재난이나 경제위기와 같은 외부의 충격과 실업, 인구구조 변화 등 만성적인 사회구조적인 문제에 대해서 도시의 모든 주체가 신속하게 대응하고 극복해 나갈 수 있도록 도시 회복력 강화가 필요한 시점입니다. 서울시는 위기로 작용할 수 있는 모든 문제점을 통찰하고 분석해서 대응 방안을 마련해 나가는 한편 미래에 발생 가능한 문제들을 선제적으로 발견해서 대처하겠습니다. 무엇보다 기반시설의 노후화에 대비하기 위해 데이터를 기반으로 한 성능 중심의 관리 체계를 마련하는 한편 첨단 기술을 융합한 선제적 유지관리 체계도 추진하고 있습니다. 또한 과거의 사고에 대해서 끊임없이 돌이켜보고 업그레이드함으로써 미래를 준비하는 매뉴얼 서울을 만들어 나가고 있습니다. 오늘 같은 비전을 공유하는 분들이 한자리에 모이신 만큼 이번 포럼이 포스트 코로나 시대에 더욱 호용적이고 회복력 있는 도시를 만들어가기 위한 새로운 모멘텀이 되기를 기대합니다. 감사합니다.
네, 고맙습니다. 오늘 포럼의 시작을 알리는 시장님의 말씀 잘 들었습니다. Thank you so much for your special remarks. 네, 그럼 이어서 UNDRR의 마미 미츠토리 특별 대표님의 환영사를 영상으로 만나보도록 하겠습니다. Please welcome Mami Mitsutori, Special Representative of the Secretary General for Disaster Risk Reduction and also the head of the UNDRR for her welcoming remarks.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to welcome you to the International Urban Resilience Forum Seoul 2021. The United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction is delighted again to be co-hosting this forum with the Seoul Metropolitan Government. I would like to congratulate the Mayor of Seoul, Mr. Oh Si-hoon, and his team for all the work they have put into organizing this year's forum, which builds on last year's success. This year's theme on building resilience in the post-COVID-19 era directly addresses the challenge of the moment. How can national and local governments apply the lessons learned from this pandemic and prevent better from the next one? One thing we know for sure is that no country or city can solve this problem on its own. That is why international cooperation to tackle common challenges and shared risks is so important. 2 weeks ago, at the UN General Assembly, the Secretary General presented his vision on the future of global cooperation over the next 25 years. One of his key recommendations in our common agenda is for governments, national and local, multilateral organizations, the private sector, and civil society to work together to better prepare for global crisis and to anticipate catastrophic risks. We could not agree more, and it is only fitting that the theme of this year's International Day for Disaster Risk Reduction on 13 October is the need to increase international cooperation on disaster risk reduction, especially to developing countries. One cooperation mechanism which is easily available now for cities, organizations, and the private sector is the Making Cities Resilient 2030, or MCR 2030, an initiative which we have launched with 9 other partners to help cities around the world build their resilience. Our wish is for all cities to become hubs of resilience. I'd like to invite the cities represented in this forum to join MCR 2030 in order to learn from other cities and work together to make the urban environment more resilient to natural and man-made hazards. Thank you very much, and I wish you a great day ahead.
네, 감사합니다. 특별 대표님의 환영사 잘 들었습니다. Thank you very much for the warm welcome. 네, 다음은 고인석 서울기술연구 원장님을 모시고 환영사를 정해 듣도록 하겠습니다. And next, our host organization of today's forum, please welcome 고인석, President of Seoul Institute of Technology, for the welcoming remarks.
여러분 안녕하십니까?
Good morning.
저는 2021년
I
서울
am
국제 도시
고인석,
회복력
President
포럼을
of the
주관하게
Seoul
된
Institute of
서울기술연구원
Technology,
원장 고인석입니다.
which organized
지금 이
the
시간 온라인으로
International Urban Resilience
참석하신 모든
Forum Seoul
분들과
2021.
세계 주요 도시
I would like to
시장님,
take this
관계기관
opportunity to thank
여러분께
and welcome
감사와
all those who are
환영의 인사를
participating
드립니다.
online,
특별히 오늘
especially
포럼을 주최해
mayors
주신
from around the
서울시
world.
오세훈 시장님, 유엔
Mayor
제2
Oseun, who
경감
is hosting the
사무국의
forum,
마미
and
미주토리
Special
특별
Representative
대표님,
Mami
그리고
Mizudori
시티넷
of
임근영 대표님께
UNDRR, and
감사의
Mr.
말씀을
Im
드립니다.
Geun-hyung, CEO of
아울러
CityNet. Thank you
기조연설을
very
위해 이
much.
자리에
I
귀한
would like to take
발걸음을
this opportunity to
해주신
extend my
반기문
special
이사장님께도
appreciation to
진심으로
Chairman Pan
감사드립니다.
Ki-moon, who has
최근
honored us with
코로나19라는 전례
his
없는
presence.
팬데믹이 장기화되면서
With
우리는
the
지금껏 경험해보지
long-standing
못한
pandemic that is
재난을
ongoing,
경험하고
we are
있습니다.
experiencing a
폭우,
disaster
산불,
never
지진 등
experienced
단순한
before.
자연재해를
Extreme
넘어
rainfall,
미세먼지 문제,
wildfires,
감염병
earthquakes
확산
are
등
just a part of the
사회적
picture.
요소가 서로
We are
영향을
extending
끼치는
into
복합
complex
재난의
disasters
형태로
made up
변모하고
of
있어
multifaceted
재난
reasons
관리의
such as fine
패러다임도
particles
그에 맞게
and the spread
달라져야
of
합니다.
infectious diseases.
기후 변화에
And
따른
therefore the
재난은
paradigm
전
of
축적으로
responding to
발생하고
disasters
있고
must change as well.
과학기술의 발달로
Disasters
세계는
triggered
하나로
by
연결되어
climate change
있습니다.
is
이제는 더
happening
이상
around the world,
한 국가의
and the
문제로
whole
머무르지
world is being
않고
connected
주변
through science and
국가들까지
technology,
상호 영향을
and
미치고
therefore
있어서
disasters are
인류는 언제
impacting our
닥쳐올지
neighboring
모르는
countries, and
재난재해에
therefore we
대한
need to make sure
효과적인
that we
대응
have
전략을 갖춰야만 합니다.
strategies to effectively respond to
단순 사후 복구를
disasters.
넘어서
We should
재난
not stop
이후의
at
사회적
simple
변화를
recovery, but we
대비하는
need to make sure
적응력까지
that we
고려한
take care of
종합적인
adaptation
도시 안전
after the
관리
social
전략이
changes triggered by
필요합니다.
disasters. We need to have
또한 4차
comprehensive urban
산업혁명으로
safety
촉발된
management
디지털
strategies.
전환은
Digital
코로나19 시기와
transformation triggered by the
맞물리면서
fourth industrial
비대면
revolution
방식의
coupled with
삶을
COVID-19
가속화시키고
has
있고
accelerated our
스마트 안전
lives
도시
to be
구축을
on
위한
online
정책들의
platforms.
실효성을
And therefore,
높이기 위한
in order to
각계 각직의
upgrade
의견을
the
모으고
effectiveness of
협력이
policies for smart
필요한
and safe cities,
시점입니다.
we need to gather our
올해로 세
wisdom and
번째로 맞이하는
cooperation.
이번 포럼은
This forum is the
이후
third of its kind,
새로운
and it
일상과
is being
도시의
held under the
회복력이라는
topic
주제로
of the new normal,
도시 회복력에
building
대한 사례와
resilience in the
정보를
post-COVID-19.
교류하는
This
의미
will
있는
be a
자리가
meaningful
될
gathering to
것입니다.
share practices and
앞으로도
information
서울
about
국제도시
urban
회복력
resilience.
포럼이 지속
I do
가능한
hope that
도시
the
발전을 위해
International Urban
기여하는
Resilience Forum
글로벌 협력의
Seoul
장이
will
되기를
continue to
기원합니다.
become a
오늘
platform
자리에
for
함께해
global
주신 모든
cooperation
분들께
to contribute
다시
to the
한번 감사
sustainability of
인사를
urban
드립니다.
development.
감사합니다.
Thank you for your participation.
네, 좋은 말씀 감사합니다. Thank you very much for your special remarks. 네, 그럼 이어서 임근형 시티넷 대표님의 축사를 청해 듣도록 하겠습니다. And next, I'd like to invite 임근형 Chief Executive Officer of CityNet for his congratulatory address.
Well, distinguished guest and dear audience who is following this forum online, most of all, I would like to extend my sincere welcome to all of you to the International Urban Resilience Forum. My name is Geun-hyung Im, the CEO of the CityNet. CityNet is an international organization that focuses on sustainable development in the Asia Pacific, supporting local authorities to build people-centered, resilient, and inclusive cities. It is my great honor today to be able to deliver congratulations with such distinguished guest. Thank you to Mayor Oh for his initiative in hosting a forum of such great importance. We are especially very privileged to have the presence of the former Secretary General of the United Nations, the Honorable Ban Ki-moon, who is respected worldwide and especially by all Korean people. Today's forum will be covering a topic that has risen to the forefront over the past 2 years. The importance of urban resilience has been emphasized by the global effect of climate change and the COVID-19 pandemic, both of which impact cities most heavily. With more than half of the world's population living in cities, and with the concentration of economic and cultural infrastructure as well, cities are more vulnerable to disasters, and the effects are felt almost immediately. This makes urban resilience even more important. It is a key to helping cities prepare for and respond to disasters of all kinds. This forum is very timely and presents an excellent opportunity to share solutions, best practices, and trends, thus opening discussion about urban resilience on a global level. As one of the leading stakeholders dedicated to sustainable and resilient cities in the region, CityNet also considers urban resilience to be one of the most important topics to address. Over the past year, CityNet has held numerous webinars, capacity building activities, and training workshops on urban resilience, particularly in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. I would like to take this opportunity to invite you to our event in the remainder of the year. Once again, I offer my sincere congratulations to the host of this forum, which are Seoul Metropolitan Government and UNDRR, and would like to thank you for this opportunity to speak. I hope that on the basis of the combined effort of everyone involved in the forum today, we can continue to take concrete steps toward building more resilient, inclusive cities for our future through global cooperation and partnership. Thank you.
네, 좋은 말씀 감사합니다. Thank you very much for that excellent congratulatory speech. 자, 이제 개회식의 마지막 순서로 저희가 기조 연설을 준비했습니다. 올해 포럼의 기조 연설은 반기문 제8대 UN 사무총장님께서 수고해 주시겠습니다. Now for the last part of the opening ceremony, please welcome Ban Ki-moon, the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations, for his keynote speech.
Thank you for your very kind introduction. Honorable Mayor Oh Se-hun, Mayor of Seoul Metropolitan City, Ms. Mami Mizutori, Special Representative of the Secretary General of the United Nations on Disaster Risk Reduction and Head of UNDRR, Mr. Go In-seok, President of the Seoul Institute of Technology, Ambassador Im Keun-hyung, CEO of CityNet, and Mr. Han Jae-hyun, Deputy Mayor of Seoul City on safety measures. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor and privilege to speak to you today and deliver this keynote speech at the International Urban Resilience Forum Seoul 2021. My deep appreciation goes to the Seoul Metropolitan Government and UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction for hosting this incredibly timely forum. Indeed, this forum takes place at a pivotal juncture for strengthening urban resilience in global cities, enhancing inclusive and healthy societies, and mitigating and adapting to climate change. I take this opportunity to offer my warm congratulations on the realization of this dynamic international forum. It has brought together a wide variety of key stakeholders, including leaders from the public sector, risk and disaster management executives, academics and professors, global experts, and non-governmental organizations. I am confident that this forum will help share best practice and knowledge and synergize solutions to ensure global urban resilience for all in the post-COVID-19 era. distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, today we find ourselves at the center of a variety of converging global crises and increased uncertainty. The ongoing COVID-19 pandemic continues to upend our economies, societies, and our daily lives. Climate change is rapidly worsening with the superstorms, extreme heat, fires, and droughts all expanding in both frequency and intensity. Great power tensions and regional conflicts are growing, hindering global cooperation when it is greatly needed. At the same time, new technologies are altering how we communicate, live, and work. Sweeping advances in the fields of AI, biotechnologies, and robotics are rapidly changing our country's cities and businesses. However, despite the challenges, we have made progress in key areas, and I believe we have invaluable opportunities to change the world for the better. But to do this, we need to work together through a driving commitment to sustainability, innovation, and power of partnership and cooperation. Today, I wish to speak to you about the great importance of coming together in partnership to holistically and urgently strengthening urban resilience. First, I will highlight the necessity of elevating common efforts to scale up adaptation to our deepening climate crisis. Second, I will underline how harnessing innovative technology and quality data can contribute to the fortification of urban resilience. And third, I will emphasize the importance of ensuring inclusivity in our dynamic cities of both today and tomorrow. Distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, I firmly believe that resilient, sustainable, and inclusive cities are the key to make a better world. Indeed, how we improve and develop our cities will have major implications in achieving the future we want. Over the next 9 years, progress in science, technology, and innovation in our cities will be essential in helping to deliver all of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, from climate action, poverty eradication, and food security to energy and water, sanitation, and beyond. As such, I'm of the view that searching for a new city models is urgent because cities bring so many solutions to help overcome humanity's sustainability crisis. Current urbanization trends are further aggravating the sustainability crisis, which is proceeding rapidly, particularly in Asia and globally as well. More than 100 million people are moving to cities every year, and 400 million people are projected to add to urban populations. According to the United Nations, 68% of the world's population is slated to live in urban areas by 2050. To cope with these challenges, we simply must ensure that our future cities are resilient and sustainable, creative and innovative and inclusive and equitable. First, as the climate crisis brings dire threats to cities all around the world, we must fortify our great cities of today to flourish in the climate realities of tomorrow. Indeed, we need forward-thinking planning, adaptations, science, engineering, and innovation in disaster management to make certain that our future cities are resilient enough to observe sudden shocks in the face of cascading effects of climate change. This not only includes sea level rise, flooding, extreme heat, and other direct threats, but also expanded levels of hunger, resource depletion, migration, and security concerns stemming from the climate crisis. The events of the past few months have vividly elucidated the necessity of fulfilling this vision. Historic and deadly flooding deluged major cities in China, the United States, and Europe, and demonstrated that existing infrastructure must be sustainably updated through climate adaptation. It is clear that climate change is here now with us. It is devastating cities all around the world and causing massive economic impacts. Systems are collapsing and massive economic impacts. Systems are collapsing and inequality is magnifying risk for vulnerable communities. As such, acting now to urgently fight climate crisis must be the overarching task not only for our lifetimes, but our children's and grandchildren's lifetime as well. Only by doing so, we will be able to transform historic global commitments, such as the Paris Climate Change Agreement and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, into decisive action. So, in tandem with rapidly cutting emissions and pursuing sustainable development, we must accelerate efforts to adapt and scale up our cities' resilience to the rapidly changing climate of both today and tomorrow. We should remember that the Paris Climate Change Agreement calls for climate funding for both migration and adaptation. So we need all nations, particularly ahead of COP26, to step up. As a former Secretary General, I am urging the leaders who are coming to COP26 in Glasgow, United Kingdom, November this year, must make sure that $100 billion they have committed in 2009 in Copenhagen must be fulfilled. $100 billion should be provided to developing countries from this year, every year. Until such time, we will be able to say that we have addressed the climate crisis. In this regard, I am honored to currently serve as a co-chairman with Mr. Feike Sijbesma of the Netherlands for an important organization called the Global Center on Adaptation. The Global Center on Adaptation, headquartered in the Netherlands, works to enhance urgent action and support for adaptation solutions to the cascading effects of climate change. We released a recent landmark report that argues it is a human, environmental, economic imperative to expediently invest in adaptation and climate resilience. Our findings details that $1.8 trillion investment in adaptation measures over the next 10 years would produce net benefits over $7 trillion. This would also offer triple dividends in the form of avoiding future losses, spurring economic gains through innovation, and ensuring social and environmental benefits. I would add that currently 95% are being used in mitigating. It is also very important to mitigate, but at the same time, it would be much wiser if we invest wisely in adaptation. We are using only 5% of our available resources. I may be more ambitious that if we can invest 50-50 in both mitigation and adaptation. Second, we need to come together in partnership to think big, plan ambitiously, and synergize creative urban innovation in the digital and post-COVID-19 eras. We need new civilization, creative cities, where quality data, information, and knowledge sharing lead to the equitable dissemination of essential services and mainstreamed systemic risk control strategies. Such technologies must usher in more inclusive benefits during the fourth industrial revolution, while bridging the digital divide and enhancing health and security. Considering that the fate of the health, security, and well-being of our planet and humanity at stake, we need to come together to harness science, technology, and innovation to help in the fight against the climate change, achieve the SDGs, and succeed in leaving no one behind. That's a philosophical and practical goal of the SDG, that nobody should be left behind. As such, urban executives, experts, academics, and civil society and international organization leaders like yourselves, as well as key stakeholders from the private sector, have prominent partnership roles to play in this regard. Indeed, SDG 17 calls for multi-stakeholder partnerships that mobilize and share knowledge, expertise, technology, and financial resources to support the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals in all countries. This global partnership, which is now one of the most, I think, a key pillar of SDG, is that what I can tell you is that in this 21st century, no country, however powerful and resourceful, can address this challenges like climate change. Therefore, we must put all our hands on the deck together. That's my message. That has been my consistent message since my days as Secretary General and now as a former Secretary General. Ladies and gentlemen, third, it is not enough for cities to be just smart if they only cater to affluent professionals or young people or those who are able-bodied. Rather, resilient cities must be underpinned by inclusivity for all, young and old, men and women, rich and poor, citizens and migrants. In this connection, I humbly call on policymakers and other key stakeholders, like yourselves, to use the 2030 Agenda and its Sustainable Development Goals, the Paris Climate Change Agreement, the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, and the New Urban Agenda to anchor our cities, not only with the resilience and sustainability, but guiding inclusivity too. Cities are and will continue to be absolutely critical in ongoing global efforts to construct inclusive societies, expand equality, strengthen health in today's era of pandemics and climate shocks. Investing in inclusive infrastructure and sustainable planning in our urban centers represents an essential opportunity in this regard. Distinguished leaders, guests, ladies and gentlemen, in this era of planetary crisis, pandemics, and uncertainties, I strongly believe that fighting climate change and achieving the SDGs are two major efforts that must unite the world together through cooperation and global partnership. Quite plainly, our collective existence moving forward depends on it. These were two of my highest priorities during my decade-long tenure, leading the United Nations as a Secretary General. Now we must accelerate our implementation efforts to make good on the promises made. The fact of the matter is that we will need the ownership, as if it is yours, your participation and active involvement from all sectors of society to implement the Paris Climate Change Agreement and achieve sustainable development within the next 9 years. SDG is targeting by 2030. Unfortunately, COVID-19, the current climate crisis, and ongoing conflicts are all hindering progress at a critical time. However, I am confident that resilient cities hold the key to preserving over the obstacles in our path and making good on transformative international vision contained in the United Nations global goals. With this understanding, I appeal to you all, to harness your focus, your strength, innovation, and forward-thinking partnership efforts with a view towards prioritizing sustainability, climate adaptation, and inclusivity in the cities of both today and tomorrow. Since urbanization is rapidly accelerating in tandem with growing climate, health, economic, and other societal risks, building resilient, sustainable, and inclusive cities is not a project for the future anymore. This is an urgent project for today and requires a groundbreaking transformation in disaster risk management. As such, I commend the International Urban Resilience Forum Seoul 2021 for taking the lead in this regard. We must remember that partnership and cooperation, ignited by dynamic innovation and coupled with forward-thinking policymaking, is essential for elevating urban resilience as well as achieving the United Nations global goals. I know that we can achieve this. There is no other option. With your active engagement and efforts, we can, we will, and we must. And I'm sure that our cities and world will continue to flourish and be resilient and sustainable for our children and their children and our succeeding generations to come in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, dear leaders, global leaders, let us work together to make this world better and sustainable. That this is our moral and political responsibility for all of us. Thank you very much for your leadership and attention.
네, 총장님의 말씀 잘 들었습니다. 고맙습니다. And thank you so much for the impressive speech. 자, 그럼 바로 이어서 세션 1을 시작하도록 할 텐데요. 저희가 세션 시작에 앞서 스튜디오를 정리하는 시간을 갖도록 하겠습니다. 잠시 후 3분 뒤에 찾아뵙도록 하겠습니다. Now, before we proceed on to session 1, we would like to have some time to rearrange the studio. So we ask for your patience and we will be back in about 3 minutes. Thank you.
서울은 계속된다. 가장 서울답게. Your Seoul goes on.
그렇게 모두의 여행은 닫혀 있었다. 이제 우리가 가까워질 시간.
어서 와요. 서울에 온 걸 환영해요.
왔어요? 먼저 서울 스타일로 변신. 어때요?
같이 걸을까요? 서울의 이야기를 조용히 들어봐요.
짠! 이번엔 짜릿한 서울을 즐길 시간. 배고프겠다. 서울 맛집으로 내가 안내할게요.
많이 기다렸죠? 대신 더 특별한 서울을 보여줄게요.
같이 보고 싶다. 우와. 함께 할 거죠? 약속.
여행이 시작되면 첫 번째 목적지는 서울이 되길 바래.
서울에서 만나요. See you in Seoul. I saw you.
네, 그럼 바로 세션 1을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 세션 1에서는 스마트 안전 도시의 새로운 기준이라는 주제로 다양한 IT 기술을 도시라는 공간에 담아내어 도시 회복력 향상을 위한 종합적인 접근 방법에 대해서 함께 논의하는 시간 갖도록 하겠습니다. We will now proceed to session 1. Now the theme for session 1 is the new normal of the smart, safe city. Now here in this session, we'll be discussing ways to solve urban problems using smart technology. 네, 그럼 발표에 앞서 함께해 주신 발표자 여러분들을 소개해 올려드리도록 하겠습니다. 호명되신 분들께서는 앉은 자리에서 손을 흔들어 인사 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 그럼 먼저 세션 좌장을 맡아주실 서울기술연구원의 김태희 본부장님 자리에 계십니다. Please welcome Kim Tae-hee, Director General of Seoul Institute of Technology, who will be the moderator for this session. Welcome. 네, 그리고 한재현 서울특별시 안전총괄 실장님께서 함께하고 계십니다. And next, please welcome 한재현, Deputy Mayor of Safety Management of the Seoul Metropolitan Government. Welcome. 네, 그리고 최준영 서울기술연구원 데이터 사이언스 센터장님 함께하고 계십니다. Please welcome 최준영, Director of Data Science Center of the Seoul Institute of Technology. Welcome. 네, 마지막으로 김민주 한국건설기술연구원 전임 연구원님께서 함께하고 계십니다. Please welcome 김민주, Research Specialist of Korea Institute of Civil Engineering and Building Technology. Welcome. 네, 그럼 이제부터 좌장이신 김태희 본부장님께 세션을 맡겨드리도록 하겠습니다. I will now hand over the microphone to our moderator for this session.
예, 반갑습니다. 서울기술연구원의
Yes, nice to meet you.
김태희라고
My name is Kim Tae-hee.
이번 세션의 주제는 스마트 안전도시의 새로운
from the Seoul
기준에
Institute of
대해서
Technology.
진행할 거고요.
In this session, we will discuss
도시인프라 부분에
under the
많이
theme New
활용되고
Standards for Smart Safe
다양한
City.
기술이 도시라는 부분에 어떻게 접목되고
IT technology is being widely applied to urban infrastructure, and we hope to listen to presentations on how IT technology is used in urban infrastructure. We are going to have a panel discussion after all presentations are given, and speakers are given 10 to 15 minutes for your presentation. If you have any questions or comments, please save them until the panel discussion session. The first presenter is Mr. Han Jae-hyun, Deputy Mayor of Safety Management of Seoul Metropolitan Government.
Good morning. As have been introduced, I am Han Jae-hyun, Deputy Mayor of Safety Management at Seoul Metropolitan Government. Welcome to the International Urban Resilience Forum, Seoul 2021. I would like to take this opportunity to introduce Seoul's Smart and Safe City Master Plan. Let's take a look at what smart and safe cities are, then take a look at the master plan created by Seoul Metropolitan City, including its vision and tasks. First, let me introduce smart and safe cities. With the development of fourth industrial revolution technologies, we now need to apply new technologies to urban safety. And therefore, we now need to apply new technologies to cities in order to find solutions and also to create sustainable cities. That is the new urban model in the limelight. The Seoul Metropolitan Government also utilizes high-tech technology such as IoT, big data, cloud computing, intelligent CCTV, drones, and robots in order to respond to various natural and social disasters. Smart and safe cities are cities that utilize smart technologies for real-time safety management, comprehensive safety management, and preemptive safety management to enhance efficiency so that the citizens can actually feel safe in the city. Existing disaster management was focused on unilateral safety services and limited monitoring and data provision. However, in a smart and safe city disaster management, we are utilizing smart technologies so that we can respond to the needs of the citizens through preemptive disaster responses and comprehensive safety management. In Seoul, in order to enhance the safety function of our city and in order to provide high levels of safety services, we have come up with a safe and smart city master plan. Let me now take a look at the basic plan, vision, and goals, as well as the tasks ahead. Under the vision of safe and smart city for everyone, we have come up with the strategies of smart disaster preparation, comprehensive disaster safety management, strengthening of the disaster response capacity, and citizen-centered safety services. We wish to build a citizen-centered and sustainable city through disaster preparedness. The first task is smart disaster preparedness. The service to predict disaster ahead, as well as the disaster losses, enables us to detect the risks of disasters. In order to minimize the loss from disasters, we will be utilizing AR and VR to create a 3D model of the terrains and facilities of Seoul, added with the climate information and population mobility. The data will be collected in real time so that we can upgrade the predictiveness of the disaster risks. By utilizing these technologies, we are able to predict storms and floods, fires and earthquakes in order to preemptively respond. Up until now, we have concentrated on ex-post management of the urban facilities, such as the collapse of foundations as well as outworn buildings. But now we will be focusing on preemptive and comprehensive safety management of the facilities, utilizing 3D spatial information through robots, beam, and drones. By coming up with a foundation for the utilization of data, we can upgrade and advance safety management. We can also manage the foundation facilities and underground facilities, as well as the safety management of old buildings. For example, by utilizing an IoT sensors that can detect any shakes in the urban foundation facilities, we will then be able to send out the to-dos depending on the space and situation in the case of earthquakes. In the areas where there are frequent fires, we can utilize big data to prevent fires, and we can also have fire alarms in the facilities of that area so that we can have a predictive model for AI-based fire risks. The second task is comprehensive disaster management. In predicting disasters, collecting information is essential, and therefore, through the comprehensive disaster management platform, we will be collecting disaster information to create big data so that we can provide information that is standardized for the different types of disasters in connection with the safety measures. The third task is strengthening disaster response capabilities. Not only will we be sharing information, but we will also be working on quickly responding to situations and making decisions so that we can maximize the capacity to respond to emergency situations. All informations will be connected through the control center to create a big data that will enable us to respond to disasters in real time, and the decisions for responses will be AI-based so that the response time can be minimized. For example, in the case of a disaster, we will be utilizing the information that had been collected thus far so that it could be analyzed by AI so that we can present the response and solutions. Shortening the response time means that we can reduce the loss from emergency situations. Through learning algorithms, we can also utilize that information for future disasters. In the case of massive disasters, we need to make sure that we analyze the risks for the rescue workers. In such cases, we can utilize drones and robots to have real-time information about the disaster field so that we can come up with the solutions and respond right away. This will help us minimize the loss of lives, whether it be victims or rescue workers. Not only so, we could also measure and monitor using unmanned equipment the possibility of the emission of hazardous materials. Seoul City will continue to support the development of technology so that drones and robots and other new technologies can be utilized. Last but not least, let me talk about citizen-centered safety services. In the case of disasters, text messages will be sent as an alert to the citizens. In the past, these alerts were standardized information mostly for natural disasters, but currently we have an intelligent platform so that we can provide information that is customized to different regions and individuals. By doing so, we can secure the safety in the everyday lives of the vulnerable groups and strengthen their ability to respond to disasters. In the case of heat waves and cold waves, we can also send out alerts on how to respond to the heat wave or cold wave. In Seoul, we have started to install smart poles, which are street lamps that are equipped with intelligent CCTVs and sensors. And the equipment that are applied to the smart poles are different from location to location, providing daily information for the safety of the citizens. This will enable us to provide appropriate information to the local communities so that the citizens can receive timely and appropriate information. To prepare for the heat wave, we have installed smart shelters that can analyze the temperature and the wind so that appropriate services can be provided as needed to the citizens. In preparation for cold waves and heavy snowfalls, we have also come up with a smart system to remove the snow, which will help us prevent the freezing of roads and also traffic congestions, which will minimize the loss from such disasters. Within the realm of social disasters, crimes are very important for the safety of citizens. In the past, we would analyze crimes after they would happen through watching CCTV footages, but by utilizing intelligent CCTV and AI, we can analyze data about hotspots as well as the local terrain so that we can adjust the brightness of the street lights, for example, so that we can prevent crimes. Citizen education is also a very important part of strengthening our ability to respond to disasters. By utilizing AR and VR, we will be able to provide information and training in preparation for disasters regardless of time and space. We have already established a system that enables citizen-directed learning, and this is to be extended further in the future. Thus far, I have provided information about our master plan. Smart technologies enable us to find solutions to problems that we have not yet recognized. Furthermore, it will also help us detect future issues so that we can preemptively respond to disasters. The Seoul Metropolitan City will utilize various technologies to create a happy and safe city for all. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation. Next, we will go to Mr. Choi Jun-hyung, Director of Data Science Center of Seoul Institute of Technology.
Hello, my name is Junyoung Choi from the Seoul Institute of Technology. Today I will talk about building a smart, safe city using big data and artificial intelligence, focusing on the case of Seoul. Various safety accidents occur in the city. Seoul ranked 8th in the evaluation of 60 major metropolitan cities in the Economist 2019 Safety Index, consisting of personal, infrastructure, health, and digital security categories. and the health sector ranked third in response to the current COVID-19, the city's safety is expected to rise to a higher level. Nevertheless, preemptive response is needed through the post-industrial revolution technology, such as artificial intelligence and big data, to cope with various kinds of human and natural disasters, such as bridge collapse, typhoon flood, crime, urban heat island phenomenon, COVID-19 infection, and fire. Then why we need a smart safe city? In traditional disaster management that deals with existing urban disasters, one-way service, insufficient citizenship, segmented disaster management by disaster type, and an individual system were operated. On the other hand, in smart cities, safety service for citizens using smart technology, tangible interactive services that reflect the needs of citizens to improve safety functions, preemptive response through integrated management and prediction of disaster situations applying new technologies, data-based analytics prediction and systems through mutual integrated management. It will become possible to respond to diversified and complex disasters. What is a smart city? Depending on each country's level of economic and urban development and urban conditions, smart cities are defined in different ways, and each country's approach to smart cities is also different. Based on this concept of smart city, Seoul Smart City aims to bring change to society by using innovative ICT technology. Specifically, Seoul's Smart City platform consists of 6 S, including SMAP, SBrain, SData, SDOT, and SNet. Each utilizes innovative ICT technologies, big data, artificial intelligence, cloud, Internet of Things, augmented reality, virtual reality, 3D, and 5th generation telecommunications. Seoul's Smart City can preemptively respond to social changes by improving the quality of life of citizens in a non-face-to-face environment through success innovative ICT technology and including sustainable development of the city through the nurturing of new industries. A safe city is where the city government promotes safety policies for the area in line with the international standards. The result can be the outcome of the city's safety measures and can be a reference for other cities. There are 3 main models for promoting safe cities internationally. WHO's safe community model is a city in which all members of the community actively and continuously strive for a safe community by reducing the damage caused by accidents. UNDRR's role model city is a city selected through an evaluation by local governments with proven innovations in disaster risk reduction and making cities resilient for sustainable growth. UN Habitat Safer City is a program to prevent urban crime with a focus on institutional crime and violence prevention, social crime prevention, and the physical environment. So, what is the topic? A smart and safe city. A smart safe city is a city where citizens feel safe by increasing the efficiency of safety management through real-time safety management using smart technology, integrated and predictive-oriented safety management. Smart cities can be described as real-time, integrated, and predictive-oriented using smart technology. There is a growing demand for the use of big data and artificial intelligence technologies for integrated disaster management, such as rapid response through disaster prediction. Looking at the status of each process of disaster response, IoT, cloud, big data, and machine learning-based innovation collection and analysis are effectively in the prediction stage. ICT-based real-time disaster detection is required in the prevention stage. Empirical disaster virtual training in the preparation stage. Real-time situation management and decision-making in the response stage, and rescue and recovery using intelligence robots in the recovery stage. In this section, we will look at cases related to smart safety citizen services. In order to introduce smart safety services for fire, collapse, and crime prevention and response, and to manage integrated disaster situations, a disaster safety management plan is required to strengthen disaster response capabilities. Through this, it becomes possible to expand citizen safety services to meet the needs of citizens and to manage and utilize local government data. As representative examples of citizen-sensible smart safety services, we would like to introduce in more detail 6 cases. First, the Seoul integrated smart pole system is the core infrastructure of a smart city that integrates road facilities such as street lights and traffic lights into one and combine ICT technologies such as public Wi-Fi and CCTV. S-poles not only act as street facilities such as street lights, traffic lights, security lights, CCTV, but also smart infrastructure based on smart urban technology such as public Wi-Fi, smart CCTV, IoT, smart crosswalk. AI-enabled CCTV camera is aimed at improving the current suicide detecting system that has been analyzing data from Seoul Fire and Disaster Headquarters in partnership with the Seoul Institute of Technology. The AI system analyzes dispatch reports, CCTV footage data from breach sensors, information from previously attempted suicide, and allow rapid response to suicide attempts. The advanced IoT technology-based heat transfer tube maintenance technology was developed at the Seoul Institute of Technology for the safety management of underground facilities. Due to the accidents of old heat transfer tube that occurred within the last 1 to 2 years, social interest and demand for managing technology for the tube has increased. However, it is practically impossible to detect and preemptively respond to damage in advance. As only inspection-oriented maintenance is currently performed using GPR, ground-penetrating radar, or thermal image cameras, this technology was developed to detect the location and information of damage to the heat transfer tube in real time and transmit it directly to the manager through a wireless communication network. Smart Big Board for flood disaster management in Seoul was applied in the Dorimcheon base in Seoul. For flood disaster management in urban areas, real-time rainfall observation and forecast information are basically important, and water level and flow information are critical for managing rivers and soil systems. Recently, with the development of ICT, various CCTV cameras and monitoring information using IoT sensors can be utilized. Real-time management technology through the establishment of an early warning system using these various sensors and operation of a control room based on Smart Big Board is being used effectively. The Seoul Institute of Technology has designed a smart management system that can determine the constant risks of construction sites and check whether appropriate measures have been implemented at the site for each situation. This management system helps to respond to hazardous situations such as worker health, falls, and collisions in advance at construction sites, and to check whether appropriate safety management is implemented for each hazardous situation at each site. The Gangbuk-gu Smart Disaster Comprehensive Response System is a system that uses a smartphone application to share the on-site situation in real time in case of a disaster using a smartphone application to respond quickly in disaster situations and to provide effective support measures. The Seongdong-gu Smart Shelter, which can be entered through a temperature check through a thermal imaging camera, provides both arrival information and air condition system, as well as air sterilization to remove viruses. In this section, we will discuss crime and epidemic prevention cases and conclusion. Let's look at some examples of crime prevention. Yeonmi-dong Salt Road is a part of the crime prevention design project in Yeonmi-dong, Mapo-gu, with the purpose of preserving the physical environment of the existing residential area and creating a safe village from safety crime prevention through environment design. This is a case of creating an alleyway where residents want to walk safely by mapping residents' anxiety on a local safety map and using the result to improve local night lighting and pedestrian environments. The OnSeoul Safe Platform is the online platform in Korea that provides online and offline counseling for victims of digital sex crimes, as well as information on response to damage and guidance on support measures in one place. The online platform suggests countermeasures against digital sex crimes, such as the distribution of illegal filming and cybersexual harassment, and provides online counseling for questions. Safe Home Set and Safe Store is a protection project in which the Seoul Metropolitan Government provides crime prevention safety devices, such as double door locks and emergency bells, to single-person female households and stores so that women living alone do not feel anxious. The safety home set can be applied for single-person households, single mothers, single-parent households that meet the standards for monthly rental deposit. If a woman runs a store alone, it is possible to apply for an emergency bell for a safe store, and it will give priority to stores that have supported actual crime, stores location in crime-prone areas, and small stores. The COVID-19 epidemiological investigation support system, which can automate the epidemiological investigation process specified in the Act on the Prevention of Infectious Diseases, was developed by applying smart city technology to collect, process, and analyze vast amount of smart city data. Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transportation, Ministry of Science and ICT, and Korea Center for Disease Control and Prevention are working closely with 28 agencies and businesses to provide real-time data feeds of confirmed cases. We have strict rules and procedures to manage and control the personal information we collect. Seoul Smart Cities COVID-19 response strategy is bridging the digital divide and protection of privacy. In terms of digital divide, disaster can exacerbate inequality for the socially disadvantaged, such as the elderly, low-income class, and the disabled. ICT-based COVID-19 response technology is essential to timely response to patient tracking and information disclosure. Therefore, Seoul Smart Cities response to COVID-19 is to combine the bridging the digital divide and personal information protection, making information transparent, but thoroughly protecting personal information in accordance with the privacy guidelines. Through this, Seoul citizens will be able to protect themselves and others from the risks of infection by using the QR code-based app to use multi-use facilities and the internet system and app for COVID-19 vaccination reservations and residual vaccine applications. The Seoul Institute of Technology is developing an algorithm that tracks contacts and detects hotspots during the asymptomatic infection period of a confirmed patient by using mobile phone subscribes mobile information in collaboration with SK Telecom, a Korean mobile operator. It is smart city quarantine technology that can effectively utilize quarantine resources and protect the vulnerable class by checking the spread of confirmed patients at an early stage through communication technology. Even if citizens lower their vigilance against the COVID-19 at a time when coexistence with COVID-19 is necessary. All data used in the investigation process is protected by removing subscriber information. Through the examples in this section above, the smart safe city technology required for each stage of disaster response can be summarized as follows. First, in the prediction stage, it is necessary to use big data for simulation, evaluation, and damage prediction for risk and damage prediction. Second, in the prevention stage, it is necessary to introduce IoT, big data, and artificial intelligence technologies related to facility safety, where introducing technologies related to social disasters and living safety for monitoring and detecting of risks. Third, in the preparation stage, information system education and training program for disaster management are required. Above, I have explained the concept of a smart safe city, major citizen safety services in Seoul, and services for preventing crime and infectious diseases. We hope these policies and services have been helpful in your city, and thank you for listening.
예, 수고하셨습니다.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
지금까지 그 서울의
So thus far, we have heard two presentations on Seoul. Now we will listen to São Paulo of Brazil. We have a pre-recorded video by Malu Molina, who is the Special Advisor on Innovation, Technology and Sustainability of São Paulo.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to participate in the International Urban Resilience Forum Seoul and to be able to share a brief overview of the actions and plans of the city of São Paulo towards smart and sustainable development. I would also like to thank once again the Seoul government for the opportunity and congratulate the initiative. My name is Malu Molina. I am a political scientist, a master's student in public administration, and currently I hold the position of Special Advisor for Sustainable Development, Innovation and Technology Studies at the São Paulo Municipal Secretariat for International Affairs. I would like to start this presentation by reinforcing that building a smarter city for us means using innovation and technology to struggle against social inequalities, structural racism, and make our city greener and more sustainable. It is with this vision that we are acting in São Paulo, and in the next few minutes I will highlight some of the main municipal public policies that are being devised and implemented. In the area of innovation and technology, one of our main projects is to transform a jockey club based in the heart of São Paulo into a great center for innovation and inclusion, a workspace to support startups and creative economy, focused on generating employment and income opportunities for those who need the most: young people, women, Black population, LGBT community, for example. In addition to a beautiful green area and venue for events and culture. São Paulo is characterized by daring creativity and disruption. That's why we believe that building an urban, social, and economic environment that increasingly promotes the rise of startups will be our locomotive to achieve the goals of sustainable development by 2030. In fact, it's worth emphasizing that technology and innovation are all about sustainable. If this were not the marriage of the century, we cities would not be able to organize the biggest and fastest historical transformation in the productive patterns of humanity towards 2030. In this regard, I would like to highlight Hub Green Sampa, the first center aimed at supporting startups in green technologies and sustainable through residence mentoring and accelerations carried out by the city of São Paulo. For anyone interested in taking or creating their startup with technologies linked to promotion of sustainable development goals for the city of São Paulo, I recommend you that unique opportunity will soon arise. Write it down on the agenda. In July 2022, we will be holding the first edition of Turning SDG, in Portuguese, Virada ODS. Our goal is to popularize SDGs. We will only be able to achieve the 2030 goals by engaging the entire São Paulo population. Furthermore, it will be a unique opportunity to attract new business and international partnerships to the city. In this sense, I highlight the Hackathon SDG and the SDG business rounds. Hackathon is, as you know, is a technology competition in which groups of programmers, designers, among other professionals, come together to create innovative solutions to specific problems. The Hackathon SDG will aim to promote projects with disruptive technologies to accelerate the implementation of Agenda 2030 in the city of São Paulo. Focused on 5 priority axes: sustainable urban planning, circular economy, reduction of social inequalities, preservation of the green and the environment, and social protection. We will open a public call for sponsors, mentors, judges, and competitors of the Hackathon SDG. In addition to the hackathon, another opportunity for investors and entrepreneurs of sustainable startups will be the SDG business rounds, a matchmaking space connecting individual investors, company representatives or international representatives with promising entrepreneurs of social impact business that work or intend to work in the city of São Paulo. Did you write down the date? In July 2022. But still this year and in the next year, we will disclose these and other opportunities related to the Turning SDG Virada ODS. Choosing the name Turning for this event is not trivial. In fact, this name represents much more than an event. It represents the big turn of the key, the great transformations in the way we know, live, produce, and build our cities. I would like to present another special project developed by International Affairs in partnership with government secretariats. São Paulo is an innovative home to startups and jungle of stone, concrete and steel, as we say, due to our scenario of buildings and more buildings that accommodate this megalopolis with 12 million hectares. But what if I told you that São Paulo is also an ecotourism hub too? São Paulo is one of the main destinations for business tourism in the world, but our potential for ecotourism is still little known. Just 30 kilometers from downtown São Paulo, in the extreme south of the city, is one of the greenest areas in the state. with several parks and environment preservation areas. The Parelheiros district brings together waterfalls, trails, and contemplation of nature, wild animals, in addition to eco-cultural centers that combine creativity and local artist diversity with environment awareness. In addition, in the region, we also have a project carried by the city of São Paulo that was awarded internationally by the Mayor's Challenge 2016, promoted by Bloomberg Philanthropies. The project Connect the Points aims to promote the social environment sustainable of the rural territory in the south of São Paulo through the strengthening of local agriculture, using technology as a tool for integrating and connecting the productive potential of this territory with the dynamics of the largest urban Brazilian economy, creating sustainable links and stimulating a consistent green economy. In this way, we also prevent cultivable areas from being taken over urbanization. Now, my explanation of our concept of smart city made perfect sense, didn't? For those who don't remember, I will repeat. Building a smart city in São Paulo means using innovation technology to fight social inequalities, structural racism, and make your city greener and more sustainable. São Paulo is a powerhouse. We are one of the largest cities in the world and the richest city in Latin America. Our biggest challenge is to make this wealth accessible to everyone, to inclusive and sustainable social and economic development. We have already started our big turn of the key, and what makes sure that we will achieve our sustainable development goals is that we are not alone. We are working and dreaming together, here in Seoul and in hundreds of other cities around the world. The change has already started, counting on the innovation, work, the education, and power of the city of São Paulo. We wait and count on you all. Thank you very much to everyone.
Thank you for your video speech. Now we will go on to the last presentation of the session. We have with us Dr. Kim Min-ju of the Korea Institute of Civil Engineering and Building Technology.
Good morning. My name is Min-ju Kim and is working as a research specialist in Smart City Research Cluster of Korea Institute of Civil Engineering and Building Technology. Today, I'm going to talk about implementation and demonstration of Smart Solution Living Lab to enhance the resilience in urban regeneration area based on our research team's experience in technology demonstration. You already may have heard many stories about the risk of disasters in cities due to climate change. According to a report published by the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction last year, extreme climate change over the past 2 decades has caused 1 million deaths and nearly $3 trillion in economic losses, which is 1.7 times of 2 decades ago. By the type of disaster, floods due to heavy rain, storms, and earthquakes were the most common in the order of occurrence. In a situation where the number of disasters and damages is increasing, urban declining areas are inevitably exposed to greater damage due to the aged buildings and infrastructure, economic stagnation. The risk of such disasters is much higher, especially in urban regeneration areas. And rapid response and complete recovery are very difficult. On the other hand, the technology to respond to disasters has been advanced in a very smart way. Recently, solutions that converge ICT technologies such as smart devices, wireless communication, network technology, and sensing technologies are increasing for disaster prevention. This year, we collected all the smart city solutions applied in Korea and built the 1,400 smart city solution database through a survey and categorized the service solutions like figure. Service for security and disaster prevention occupies 17% of total 1,401 cases in Korea. Almost half of the smart services are public services. Disaster prevention services include disaster response management service, fire alarming and monitoring, emergency alert, and disaster prediction and warning systems. To apply this solution to the urban engineering area, we asked the potential users of the solution about the value of applying this solution, which means what is expected to be improved through the solutions. The result of survey on the value of disaster response solution in urban regeneration area show that the focus is on prevention rather than rapid and complete recovery after the disaster. In terms of urban planning facilities, the focus was on prevention and damage reduction when applying disaster response solutions to all types of urban infrastructure, except for distribution and supply facilities. Then, what kind of solutions can be applied to urban regeneration area? Firstly, we evaluate the urban resilience solution and classified based on the evaluation result. We evaluate the urban resilience solution on the applicability, satisfaction, and effectiveness. Here in this figure, we can see the strengths and weakness. It's relative strengths and weakness of each solution by disaster type. And we can select the solution we need by considering your priority or your municipality's priority. So what is the smartness in application of the solutions into our cities? We don't think it does simply mean a state-of-art solution. Instead of applying a temporary ad hoc solution, a data-driven, locally attuned, participatory created solutions can be the smartness in the application of the solution. Matching the optimal solution for the region with the consideration of the local situations, users' demand, and technical performances. The optimal matching can be varied depending on the goals, such as the municipality's budget, implementation and maintenance, and also improvement of resilience index after the application of the solution. So that's not the end. What should be added to this is the collaborative efforts of the stakeholders and policy implementation. To fulfill this, we have operated a living lab to improve resilience in urban regeneration areas. Concepts and approaches for operating a citizen participatory living labs are presented here. First, it is necessary to define the vulnerability of the urban and regeneration area. Challenges and problems with representative disaster types, for example, alarm system or response system or institutional capacity should be identified and shared among local residents through community mapping-based application. We also leverage our digital platform to explore resilience solution and make decisions about application of the solutions. through participatory and voluntary decision-making. In addition, it is necessary to realize it in accordance with the administrative urban regeneration procedures in Korea and derive a business plan for the future urban regeneration project. We demonstrated this series of process at 3 sites. The 3 demonstration areas are Seosan, Mokpo, and Daegu Metropolitan City. Yangyujong Village, Yangyujong Maul in Seosan is an aging residential area with a very small population of 500 people and 100,000 square meters. Their main residents are elderly who are over 65 years old. Mokpo is the street of open port culture with a population of 300,000 square meters and 3,000 people, where is rich in cultural and historical resources and a place with architectural heritage and a commercial street called a fish market. Daegu Indongchon is characterized as an aging residential area with a population of 10,000 people. Today, I'd like to introduce the Living Lab demonstration only in Seosan and Mokpo because it has most contrasting characteristic amongst them. First, we define the problem of the site in terms of disaster, vulnerability, and resilience. In Seosan, residents viewed drainage problems in the event of heavy rain, evacuation problems in case of fires caused by narrow roads, and collapse of aging buildings as major risk factors. In particular, it was found that it was difficult to carry out physical retrofit project because the ownership is different, and the accessibility to green spaces was also very low. In Mokpo, there is some risks of flooding due to the difference in tides. And since it is a coastal area, there were concerns about the earthquake and tsunami around the port area. In particular, protecting an old cultural heritage such as wooden buildings built in wooden building from fire was defined as a problem. And safety issues were also pointed out at night. When the shops and restaurants are all closed in commercial area. After defining the problems in this way, a smartphone application based on community mapping was used to allow residents to share their information through the app. The app we developed is called Tiki Taka. Tiki Taka, just like players pass their ball in soccer game, residents can upload risk information from their perspective with their location on their smartphone, and opinions are automatically shared. All information can be collected and shared immediately. Through the Living Lab program, residents were instructed to install a smartphone application, and we educated all the residents on how to use it and how to share disaster risk factors in their daily lives. In particular, in Seosan, where the proportion of the elderly is so high, we made extra efforts to improve the usability of the app and overcome the digital gap for the elderly who have difficulties using smartphones. And then we navigated some urban resilience solutions and use cases suitable for the region through the solution matching algorithm we developed. In the digital platform, data management and matching of the various solutions can be done. In addition, you can explore use cases applied by the other local governments. And you can search for cost and constraints and also product procurement information by linking with the public procurement service information. Lastly, we are modifying the existing urban regeneration plan into a disaster response plan through a voluntary and participatory decision-making by residents. This is not a unconditionally realized one, but it will be the basis for identifying problems in the region, and it helps to proceed the future urban regeneration project. This is the last slide, and it will be my conclusion part. This image can be seen as a possible roadmap if all the processes we suggested here today. Rethinking urban regeneration with the perspective of improvement of urban resilience from disasters, these all process of urban regeneration need to be institutionalized and politicized. Thank you for listening.
예, 수고 많으셨습니다.
Yes, thank you very much. From now on, we are going to move on to the panel discussion session. Listening to all the presentations, I think for the creation of smart, safe city, I think the importance of data and cutting-edge technologies are emphasized by all speakers. First, I would like to ask Mr. Han. Could you share with us the city's policies for using robotics technology for smart disaster response?
서울시 안전총괄실장입니다.
Yes, I would like to answer that question. At Seoul Metropolitan Government, as we manage major facilities such as bridges over the Han River, we have different policies according to different times. Until the late 1990s, most of the investigations were done using eyesight, so we would go and actually see the bridges. And then from the 2000s, we actually installed different aisles within the bridges for inspections that enabled us to inspect the bridges in much more detail. Currently, we are incorporating IoT, big data, drones, and other fourth industrial revolution technologies for maintenance. In order to do so, we are able to inspect the bridges beyond what is possible just through inspection aisles. So, for example, we would use robot cameras so that we can inspect the areas that would be too dangerous for people to go in and inspect. So that is currently in the demo phase. In the future, we will be expanding such efforts to all bridges that are built over the Han River. If we are able to incorporate such fourth industrial revolution technologies, we would be able to have time-saving and budget-friendly inspections.
Yes, thank you very much. Next, I would like to ask a question to Mr. Choi. You suggested a plan to protect single-person female households using CCTV and platforms. But single-person elderly households are also increasing in numbers. So are there any technological developments for these households, and what are their technological limitations? Yes, as introduced, my name is Junyoung Choi. I am from the Seoul Institute of Technology. As Mr. Kim said, there are technological developments for single-person elderly households. As I presented, for single-person female households, we are developing various kinds of tools and technologies, and we also believe that we need to provide safety-related technologies for single-person elderly households. But the difference between the two types of households is that there are lots of elderly population who have physical limitations. So we could use CCTV and IoT networks and short-distance telecommunication networks, but we are also utilizing other smart systems to detect danger at single-person elderly households so that we can respond early on to protect them from any potential danger, especially data accessibility and digital inclusion are also important topics when it comes to services for the elderly population. We are trying to develop interfaces that could enhance accessibility of the elderly population to digital tools. But we need prior approval and consent from these people so that their personal information are not inappropriately used. So if that is realized, we will be able to provide customized service for the elderly population.
The next question goes to Dr. Kim Min-ju. You talked about the Living Lab, and for Living Lab, citizen participation is essential. So you talked about database solution, but what about the coordination, monitoring, or governance? In order to have such a system, wouldn't the Seoul Metropolitan City also need a governance system? Well, Seoul is also looking to create a citizen council to enhance citizen participation. In order to achieve this, we need to first figure out how much of the data will be disclosed, and we will also need to think about rules and responsibilities, so the overall framework for data governance. That needs to happen first. Added to that, I would like to recommend that when we are using public data or SDOT, which are forms of big data, I believe that other than that, Seoul also has great sets of big data. So my recommendation is that Seoul Metropolitan Government could provide various services utilizing the data that they do have for the citizens. And so in order to do that, they will need a framework for data governance to make sure that there's only appropriate disclosure of data. We also need to take into consideration that various evaluation will be needed, and therefore evaluation tools will be necessary. When I conducted this research with my team, we noticed that in evaluating urban resilience, there are difficulties related to indexes and evaluation. Rather than using existing data, if we were to use new data based on smart cities, for example, sensors and other devices, then it is very difficult to utilize existing indexes. And so we will need to have a new set of evaluation tools which will enable us to use smart technologies and the information collected from smart technologies. Well, I would like to ask more questions, but there is a time constraint, so we will need to keep it at that. This brings us to the end of the first session. Thank you very much to our speakers and our online participants. Thank you.
네, 이것으로 세션 1을 모두 마치도록 하겠습니다. 참여해주신 모든 발표자와 그리고 자장님들께 감사의 말씀 드리겠습니다. Now, this concludes session 1. I would like to thank all of our presenters as well as our moderator for sharing your excellent knowledge and in-depth information with us. Thank you once again. 네, 저희는 1시 30분에 세션 2로 다시 찾아뵙도록 하겠습니다. 현재 시청하고 계신 유튜브 채널 그대로 이어가고 있기 때문에요. 여러분께서 창을 열어두시고 점심시간을 가져도 좋으실 것 같습니다. 그럼 1시 30분에 다시 뵙도록 하겠습니다. We will see you again back at session 2 at 1:30 p.m. I believe that session 2 will proceed on the same YouTube channel as you are watching right now. So please feel free to leave your window on. Thank you once again, and we'll see you back at 1:30 p.m. Thank you.
어기영차
서울은 계속된다. 가장 서울답게. Your Seoul goes on.
그렇게 모두의 여행은 닫혀 있었다. 이제 우리가 가까워질 시간.
어서 와요. 서울에 온 걸 환영해요.
왔어요? 먼저 서울 스타일로 변신. 어때요? 같이 걸을까요? 서울의 이야기를 조용히 들어봐요.
짠! 이번엔 짜릿한 서울을 즐길 시간.
배고프겠다. 서울 맛집으로 내가 안내할게요. 많이 기다렸죠? 대신 더 특별한 서울을 보여줄게요.
같이 보고 싶다. 우와. 함께 할 거죠? 약속.
여행이 시작되면 첫 번째 목적지는 서울이 되길 바래.
서울에서 만나요. See you in Seoul. I saw you. 없이는 시작해 걱정은 down down 다 있어 right 오늘 이 밤이 다 가기 전에 서울밤 아름다운 밤에요 반짝인단 말이에요 한마디의 별들이 밤에 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 내 맘에 들어올래요 뜨거운 가슴에 널 가둬줄래 점점 딥해져 꽉 차게 아껴둔 시간 매번 너를 쓰네 If you want it nobody there 나는 너만 있으면 돼 오늘 밤도 넌 날 설레게 해 잠은 이듯이 있어 우리만의 love scene을 시작해 걱정은 down down 다 있어 right 오늘 이 밤이 다 가기 전에 서울밤 아름다운 밤에요 반짝인단 말이에요 한마디의 별들이 밤에 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 내 맘에 들어올래요 이 뜨거운 가슴에 널 가둬둘래 하늘 오늘도 파랗네 그녀는 나의 파란색 오늘도 너를 노래해 오늘도 서울밤은 더 내 밤은 길이 조금은 늦춰 slow down 너는 나만의 flow 어쩌니 여전히 나는 너를 위해 밤을 꾸네 서울시리에 뜨거워진 밤 공기는 그대로 깊어가는 이 밤이 지나도록 I can feel it now you see that 서울밤의 tonight 서울밤 아름다운 밤이여 반짝인단 말이에요 밤하늘의 별들이 밤에 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 내 맘에 들어올래요 이 뜨거운 가슴에 널 가둬줄래 밤에 밤에 내 맘에 이 안에 Soul night 밤에 밤에 어서 말해 밤에 밤에 다 같이 서울밤 네가 힘이 들고 지칠 때 찾게 되는 그곳 내 그곳이 될게 아무것도 놓을 수 없어서 삶이 버거울 때 꼭 네 곁이 될게 I love a soul 희망을 내 곁에 둘세 너의 눈을 보고 너의 걸음에 맞춰서 널 웃게 할게 I love a soul 사랑받을 수 있게 널 노래할 수 있게 그럼 내가 될게 Oh soul 왜 그래 나 이곳에서 모든 걸 준비해 너는 기대해 행복해질 테니까 Oh soul 그래 나 이곳에서 언제나 너를 듣고 바라보고 하늘게 Yeah yeah No 하루하루가 힘든 내게 주고픈 게 많아 나 잊지 않을게 하나하나 돌려줄 거야 네가 내게 줬던 그 믿음만큼은 I love a soul 희망을 내 곁에 둘세 너의 눈을 보고 너의 걸음에 맞춰서 널 웃게 할게 I love a soul 사랑받을 수 있게 날 노래할 수 있게 그럼 내가 될게 Oh soul 왜 그래 나 이곳에서 모든 걸 준비해 너는 기대해 행복해질 테니까 Oh soul 그래 나 지쳐버려 작은 바람에도 네 심장이 부서질 때 I'll buy you side forever I'll by your side forever 나는 이것을 위해서 너를 느낄 수 있어 I saw you 너와 내 사이에서 어서 그래 나 이곳에서 모든 걸 준비해 기대해 행복해질 테니까 어서 그래 나 이곳에서 나 언제나 너를 듣고 바라보고 않을게
어기영차
서울은 계속된다. 가장 서울답게. Your Seoul goes on.
그렇게 모두의 여행은 닫혀 있었다. 이제 우리가 가까워질 시간.
어서 와요. 서울에 온 걸 환영해요.
왔어요? 먼저 서울 스타일로 변신. 어때요? 같이 걸을까요? 서울의 이야기를 조용히 들어봐요.
짠! 이번엔 짜릿한 서울을 즐길 시간.
배고프겠다. 서울 맛집으로 내가 안내할게요. 많이 기다렸죠? 대신 더 특별한 서울을 보여줄게요.
같이 보고 싶다. 우와. 함께 할 거죠? 약속.
여행이 시작되면 첫 번째 목적지는 서울이 되길 바래.
서울에서 만나요.
See you in Seoul. I saw you.
우리만의 love scene을 시작해. 걱정은 down down 다 있어 right. 오늘 이 밤이 다 가기 전에 서울밤 아름다운 밤에요. 반짝인단 말이에요. 한마디의 별들이 밤에 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 내 맘에 들어올래요. 이 뜨거운 가슴에 널 가둬둘래. 점점 딥해져 꽉 차게 아껴둔 시간 매번 너를 쓰네. If you want it nobody there. 나는 너만 있으면 돼. 오늘 밤도 넌 날 설레게 해. 잠은 이듯이 있어. 우리만의 love scene을 시작해. 걱정은 down down 다 있어 right. 오늘 이 밤이 다 가기 전에 서울밤 아름다운 밤에요. 반짝인단 말이에요. 한마디의 별들이 밤에 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 내 맘에 들어올래요. 이 뜨거운 가슴에 널 가둬둘래. 하늘 오늘도 파랗네. 그녀는 나의 파란색. 오늘도 너를 노래해. 오늘도 서울밤은 더 내 밤은 길이 조금은 늦춰 slow down. 너는 나만의 flow. 어제도 여전히 나는 너를 위해 밤을 꾸네 서울 시티에. 뜨거워진 밤 공기는 그대로 깊어가는 이 밤이 지나도록 I can feel it, now you see that. 서울밤의 tonight. 서울밤 아름다운 밤에요. 반짝인단 말이에요. 밤하늘의 별들이 밤에 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 내 맘에 들어올래요. 이 뜨거운 가슴에 널 가둬둘래. 밤에 밤에 내 맘에 이 안에 It's all night. 닿게 되는 그곳 내 그곳이 될게 아무것도 놓을 수 없어서 삶이 버거울 때 꼭 네 곁이 될게 I love a soul 희망을 내 곁에 둘세 너의 눈을 보고 너의 걸음에 맞춰서 널 웃게 할게 I love a soul 사랑받을 수 있게 널 노래할 수 있게 그럼 해볼게 Oh soul 왜 그래 나이가 없었어 모든 걸 준비해 너는 기대해 행복해질 테니까 Oh soul 그래 나 이곳에서 언제나 너를 듣고 바라보고 않을게 Yeah yeah No 하루하루가 힘든 내게 주고픈 게 많아 나 잊지 않을게 하나하나 돌려줄 거야 네가 내게 줬던 그 믿음만큼은 I love a soul 희망을 내 곁에 둘게 너의 눈을 보고 너의 걸음에 맞춰서 널 웃게 할게 I love a soul 사랑받을 수 있게 날 노래할 수 있게 그럼 내가 될게 Oh soul 왜 그래 나이가 없었어 모든 걸 준비해 너는 기대해 행복해질 테니까 Oh soul 그래 나 이곳에서 언제나 너를 듣고 바라보고
늦은 밤 침묵하던 너의 한숨 소리가 이 거리에 퍼질 때 너무나 지쳐버려 작은 바람에도 네 심장이 부서질 때 I'll by your side forever I'll by your side forever 나는 이것을 위해서 너를 느낄 수 있어 I saw you 너와 내 사이에서
Oh soul 그래 나 이곳에서 모든 걸 준비해 기대해 행복해질 테니까 Oh soul 그래 나 이곳에서 나 언제나 너를 듣고 바라보고 않을게
서울은 계속된다. 가장 서울답게. Your Seoul goes on.
그렇게 모두의 여행은 닫혀 있었다. 이제 우리가 가까워질 시간.
어서 와요. 서울에 온 걸 환영해요.
봤어요? 먼저 서울 스타일로 변신. 어때요? 같이 걸을까요? 서울의 이야기를 조용히 들어봐요.
짠! 이번엔 짜릿한 서울을 즐길 시간.
배고프겠다. 서울 맛집으로 내가 안내할게요.
많이 기다렸죠? 대신 더 특별한 서울을 보여줄게요.
같이 보고 싶다. 우와. 함께 할 거죠? 약속.
여행이 시작되면 첫 번째 목적지는 서울이 되길 바래.
서울에서 만나요.
See you in Seoul. I saw you.
우리만의 love scene을 시작해. 걱정은 down down. 다 있어 right. 오늘 이 밤이 다 가기 전에 서울밤 아름다운 밤에요. 반짝인단 말이에요. 한 마리의 별들이 밤에 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 내 맘에 들어올래요. 이 뜨거운 가슴에 널 가둬줄래. 너만 있으면 돼 오늘 밤도 넌 날 설레게 해 주문이 도시서 우리만의 love scene을 시작해 걱정은 down down 다 있어 right 오늘 이 밤이 다 가기 전에 서울 밤 아름다운 밤에요 반짝인단 말이에요 밤하늘의 별들이 밤에 내 맘에 내 맘에 들어올래요 이 뜨거운 가슴에 널 가둬둘래
하늘은 오늘도 파랗네 그녀는 나의 파란색 오늘도 너를 노래해 오늘도 서울 밤은 더 내 밤은 길이 조금은 늦춰 slow down 너는 나만의 flower 어제도 여전히 나는 너를 위해 밤을 꾸네 서울 시티에
뜨거워진 밤 공기는 그대로 깊어가는 이 밤이 지나도록 I can feel it now you see that 서울 밤의 tonight 서울 밤 아름다운 밤에요 반짝인단 말이에요 밤하늘의 별들이 밤에 내 맘에 내 맘에 들어올래요 이 뜨거운 가슴에 널 가둬둘래 내 맘에 이 안에 이 서울 night 어서 말해 다 같이 서울 밤 네가 힘이 들고 지칠 때 찾게 되는 그곳 내 그곳이 될게 아무것도 놓을 수 없어서 삶이 버거울 때 꼭 네 곁이 될게 I love a soul 희망을 내 곁에 둘게 너의 눈을 보고 너의 걸음에 맞춰서 널 웃게 할게 I love a soul 사랑받을 수 있게 날 노래할 수 있게 그럼 해볼게 Oh soul 왜 그래 나 이곳에서 모든 걸 준비해 너는 기대해 행복해질 테니까 Oh soul 그래 나 이곳에서 언제나 너를 듣고 바라보고 않을게 Yeah yeah No 하루하루가 힘든 내게 주고픈 게 많아 나 잊지 않을게 하나하나 돌려줄 거야 네가 내게 줬던 그 믿음만큼은 I love a soul 희망을 내 곁에 둘게 너의 눈을 보고 너의 걸음에 맞춰서 널 웃게 할게 I love a soul 사랑받을 수 있게 날 노래할 수 있게 그럼 내가 될게 Oh soul 왜 그래 나 이곳에서 모든 걸 준비해 너는 기대해 행복해질 테니까 Oh soul 그래 나 이곳에서 언제나 노래 듣고 바라보고
늦은 밤 승복하던 너의 한숨 소리가 이 거리에 퍼질 때 너무나 지쳐버려 작은 바람에도 네 심장이 부서질 때 I'll buy your side forever I'll by your side forever 나는 이것을 위해서 너를 느낄 수 있어 I saw you 너와 내 사이에서
Oh soul 그래 나 이곳에서 모든 걸 준비해 기대해 행복해질 테니까 Oh soul 그래 나 이곳에서 나 언제나 너를 듣고 바라보고 않을게
서울은 계속된다. 가장 서울답게. Your Seoul goes on.
그렇게 모두의 여행은 닫혀 있었다. 이제 우리가 가까워질 시간.
어서 와요. 서울에 온 걸 환영해요.
왔어요? 먼저 서울 스타일로 변신. 어때요? 같이 걸을까요? 서울의 이야기를 조용히 들어봐요.
짠! 이번엔 짜릿한 서울을 즐길 시간.
배고프겠다. 서울 맛집으로 내가 안내할게요.
많이 기다렸죠? 대신 더 특별한 서울을 보여줄게요.
같이 보고 싶다. 우와. 함께 할 거죠? 약속.
여행이 시작되면 첫 번째 목적지는 서울이 되길 바래.
서울에서 만나요. See you in Seoul. I saw you.
우리만의 love scene을 시작해. 걱정은 down down 다 it's alright. 오늘 이 밤이 다 가기 전에 서울밤 아름다운 밤에요. 반짝인단 말이에요. 한 마리의 별들이 밤에 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 내 맘에 들어올래요. 뜨거운 가슴에 널 가둬줄래. nobody care 나는 너만 있으면 돼 오늘 밤도 넌 날 설레게 해 잠은 이두시서 우리만의 love scene을 시작해 걱정은 down down 다 있어 right 오늘 이 밤이 다 가기 전에 서울 밤
네, 여러분 안녕하십니까? 2021 서울 국제 도시 회복력 포럼 그 두 번째 세션을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 세션 시작에 앞서 이곳 화상회의 스튜디오에서는 모든 방역이 철저히 이루어졌음을 알려드리면서 또 모든 방역 수칙을 준수하면서 진행하고 있는 점 다시 알려드리겠습니다. Now, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second session of the International Urban Resilience Forum, Seoul 2021. Now, before we proceed on to session 2, I would like to remind you that all precautionary measures concerning COVID-19 have been implemented here in this venue. Now, also, please note that all prevention guidelines are being strictly followed throughout today's forum, so please keep that in mind. 네, 그럼 세션 2는 코로나 이후 도시의 역할, 포용성과 회복력이라는 진해로 함께 진행하고 있는데요. 코로나19로 가속화되고 있는 디지털 전환의 변화과 또 이로 인한 여러 이슈들에 대해서 도시들은 어떻게 대응해야 할지 함께 논의하는 시간 갖도록 하겠습니다. Now, the theme for session 2 is the role of cities, inclusions, and resilience. Now, this session will be discussing ways to include vulnerable citizens who have been left behind due to the digital transformation brought by COVID-19. 그럼 소중한 시간에 함께 자리해 주신 발표자 여러분들을 소개해 올려드리도록 하겠습니다. I would like to introduce our speakers who are here with us for this session. 그럼 먼저 온라인에 접속해 계신 해외 연사 여러분들부터 소개해드리도록 하겠습니다. 호명되신 분들께서는 손을 흔들어 인사 부탁드리겠습니다. Now, please allow me to begin with our speakers from overseas who are here with us online. As I call upon each names, please wave your hands for your greetings. 먼저 산자야 바티야 UNDRR 동북아 사무소장님이십니다. Please welcome Mr. Sanjaya Bhattaya, head of the office Incheon of UNDRR. Greetings, sir, and thank you for your participation. 네, 다음은 로렌 소킨 회복력 도시 네트워크 대표님이십니다. Please welcome Ms. Lauren Sorkin, Executive Director of Resilient Cities Network. Thank you so much for your participation. 네, 다음은 포르투갈 아마도라로 이동해 봅니다. Let's now move on to Portugal, Amadora. 서울은 이제 오후 1시 30분을 지나고 있는데요. 아마 아마도라에서는 현지 새벽 5시 반 무렵이 되겠습니다. Thank you for joining us in quite early hours. 루이스 카르바로 포르투갈 아마도라 시민 안전국장님이십니다. Please welcome Mr. Luis Carvalho, Civil Protection Coordinator and Local Police Commander of Amadora. Thank you for joining us in quite early hours. 네, 이어서 켄드라 히라타, 시리넷 요코하마 사무국장님이십니다. Please welcome Kendra Hirata, Director of Citynet Yokohama Project Office. Thank you once again for your participation. 네, 그럼 마지막으로 소개해드릴 분은 시리 사텐다 제인 인도 델리 주정부 보건 및 도시개발 장관님이십니다. Please welcome Shri Satenda Jain, Minister for Health and Urban Development of the Government of NCT of Delhi. Welcome. 네, 그리고 스튜디오에 계신 두 분을 소개해 올려드리도록 하겠습니다. And now we'll move on to our studio to introduce our two speakers. 그럼 먼저 포노 사피엔스의 저자이시죠. 성균관대학교 최재붕 교수님께서 함께 하고 계십니다. Please welcome Choi Jae-bung, Professor of Seongyungan University and also the author of Phono Sapiens, which predicts the future business trend and also the culture changes in 2019. 네, 다음은 세션의 좌장으로 한국행정연구원의 류현숙 선임연구위원님 함께하고 계십니다. Please welcome our moderator for this session, 류현숙, Senior Research Fellow of Korea Institute of Public Administration. 네, 그럼 류현숙 선임연구위원님께 앞으로 세션을 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. Please, I will hand over the mic to our moderator.
Good afternoon. As have been introduced, I am Ryu Hyun-suk of the Korea Institute of Public Administration.
Depends where you are. Foremost, it's a great honor to be here and welcome all of distinguished panelists from all over the world. Okay, thank you for joining us today, this session. As the COVID-19 pandemic prolongs, social distancing and physical isolation have become part of our daily lives. And face-to-face, our interaction have been rapidly replaced with contactless online forms, such as video conferencing like this, working from home, and etc. This trend, so-called new normal, accelerates the transformation to a digital society. However, the transformation has caused a digital divide, making some citizens unfamiliar with digitalization and leaving them behind in this trend. In this session, experts and city leaders from all over the world will share their experiences and insights into our response to various issues that are associated with digital transformation. Okay, then, a panelist will be, a panel discussion will be followed after all presentations are done. So please stay tuned until the panel discussion. Okay, then the first thing first, I should inform you, all the speakers I expect to give their presentation from 10 to 15 minutes maximum. And the audience online, if you have any questions or comments, please wait and raise them at the end of our panel discussion. Okay, now without further ado, let's invite the first speaker. Our first speaker, Sanjaya Bhatia, Head of Office in charge of UNDRR, the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction. He is here to present the topic, the role of cities, digital inclusion and resilience. Mr. Sanjaya, you there? Hi, are you okay? You can begin when you're ready.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
I was not
again.
able to unmute. Yeah, okay, ready. Thank you for this introduction, and let me just get into the PowerPoint presentation immediately. So you have given a very good introduction already that COVID has kind of accelerated the situation regarding the digital divide. So I just like to put some background into that so that I'm sure the other speakers will pick up from there. So the digital divide has been there even before COVID, but it has been more amplified because of this situation that we have now. And there has always been some gaps between regions, between countries, even within the same country, between urban and rural areas, but more so between the skilled, the unskilled, the young and the old, the rich and the poor. That has been a major area of concern for all cities and need to be addressed. The causes of the divide have been many, including the level of education, the level of skills that people have, and access to hardware and the software. So if you see this slide here, the blue is the average, global average. The green is the developed countries, and the orange and the yellow are the developing and least developed countries. So if you see the yellow part, it's really very low as compared to even the global average, and so is the orange. So what this means is that people in the developing and especially in the least developed countries, they have there is an inequity in their access to computers, to cellular mobile subscriptions, to internet and so on. So this itself is the situation even before COVID. And as I said, it became even worse. So we talk about digital equity. So digital equity is a situation where all individuals in the community have the capacity to fully participate in the economy through digital means. So that is the ultimate goal that everyone wants, especially all the cities want to achieve. Digital inclusion is the means to do that. So these are the activities that have to be taken so that all individuals and communities, especially the most disadvantaged, can have access to all the information and communication technologies. And what the inclusion is about is basically about activities. So activities that cities and governments can take to increase, firstly, to increase the use of technology by improving the skills, making accessible, affordable internet services and devices, and providing technical support to the most disadvantaged people so that they can use these skills. There are many digital inclusion programs around the world, especially in cities. And some of the things that they have in common are that they are either operated by a community organization or a partnership between the city government or the national government and the community organizations. So basically what it means is that the grassroots interface is very much required. And secondly, that these programs are based on very practical, hands-on techniques. So they're trying to pass on the technology in a very practical way. So not becoming academic or theoretical, but explaining how to use, how to access, and how to take full benefit. Now, if a city, and I know many here are watching this program, so when a city wants to improve the access to digital services, or they want to reduce the digital divide, some practical steps that could be taken based on past experiences is firstly, find the people who are already engaged in helping disadvantaged people gain access and skills. So this could be neighborhood centers, organizations, could be non-profits, NGOs, could be training agencies, could be faith-based social services, and the public schools. So any organization or entity or group who is offering training on information and communication technology, on basic uses of computers and basic uses of apps on telephones. These are the kind of organizations with which cities can partner, but also the kind of organizations which cities need to promote. So engage with them, and also keep in mind that when a city is developing its planning process, developing policies, developing projects, two questions should be asked. How would this initiative be affected by the inability of citizens to participate? So, for example, if the city is introducing a new app or a new digital services, a new online service, what provisions have been made to allow people who are part of the other side of the digital divide? How can they get access? Or are there alternates available, for example, for very senior citizens? Can they still access these services through a paper mode? So how would it impact them? And then the second question is that, does this new policy or new service provision exclude citizens who have digital access? So sometimes we see that a service is introduced, a basic urban service is introduced in a digital form, and there is no alternative available. So then it ends up excluding a large number of people who do not have access to digital devices. And one example I would like to mention here also is for example, during COVID-19, all around the world, schools have been closed most of the time, and there have been attempts for online education, and the results have been very mixed. In developed countries, it's been reasonably okay, but in developing countries, the access has been very, very poor. There are families where there is only one digital device or even none in the home. So the children have been deprived of education. This is just one example. Now, how to fund it? Because when we say engage with the organizations, the training institutions, and so on, and the NGOs, so how to fund it? So one very innovative example that we found was in San Jose, California. So what the city is doing is they're giving, allowing the service providers to construct 5G poles around the city. So what the city is doing is, of course, they are charging for this. So if a service provider wants to establish 5G service poles, they have to pay the city, and the city puts those fees into a digital inclusion fund. And then from this fund, they give grants to nonprofits and NGOs and other organizations so that they can improve digital access through providing internet access, through making devices available like phones and PCs, through awareness campaigns, through literacy skills, by providing literacy skills, and through pilots. So this is an innovative way of finding funding to promote digital inclusion. And lastly, just wanted to mention that there is a global network of cities known as the Making Cities Resilient 2030. I do encourage, today more than 135 million citizens are covered, are part of this initiative. And there are many tools available in this initiative to help cities ensure inclusive development, including to overcome the digital divide. So with this, I end my intervention, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Sanjaya Bhatia. Thank you for sharing your insights on the major concerns regarding digital divide of all sorts and all forms, such as divide between the rich and poor, and between unskilled and skilled, and the old and young, and the city and the rural area. And you also come up with the possible solutions to address those digital divide issues. Thank you for sharing that. Okay, our next guest speaker is Professor Choi Jae-bong from Sungkyunkwan University. He is now with us at the studio. Professor Choi, when you're ready, you may start. His presentation title is Urban Resilience in the Age of Digital Civilization.
Hi, everybody. I'm supposed to speak in Korean, so I'll start my presentation in Korean now. Please allow me. I'm sorry. 15분 동안에 굉장히 또 긴 얘기를 제가 해야 돼서
I have 15 minutes to cover a long story, and so I will be presenting in Korean to make sure that I can speak within the limited time. So let's take a look at urban resilience in the era of digital civilization. So I have a slightly different perspective compared to Mr. Bhatia. Around the world, we have the so-called digital transformation. The whole world was going through the digital transformation, and that was coupled with COVID-19 to create the new normal. Well, new normal is the phenomenon of making everything digital.
제가 쓴 책의 제목이기도 한데요.
The topic of my presentation is Phono Sapiens, which is also the title of my book. I got this title from the cover page of The Economist from 2015. So phono has been added to sapiens. It means that smartphones are almost as if it is a part of our body. So it's one of the intestines that we have. That is Phono Sapiens. In the future, Phono Sapiens will become the standard in the new normal. The standard person in the world will be Phono Sapiens who will be utilizing a smart device for their everyday life. We use smartphones because it enhances our possibility of survival. Our DNA pushes us to utilize tools to boost our survival possibility. And so, Phono Sapiens will be using smartphones to increase our possibility of survival. Apple, Amazon, MS, Google, these are companies that are leading the digital transformation. Tencent, Alibaba are the Asian companies that are leading the digital transformation, and they are a part of the top 10 market capital companies of the world. This is because the value expected of them in the future is very high. They did not succeed because of advertisement, but what they did is create something that people started to use. So when we are using taxis or when we are staying at hotels, when we are listening to broadcasting, all of these standards have changed in the last decade. Around the world, Uber or Uber-like services have become the standard, and mobile reservation has become the standard for hotels. E-banking has become the normal for financial services. And it seems that over 60% of the Koreans actually utilize smart devices rather than television. And the standard of shopping has become e-commerce. And so, an actual definition of new normal is that the human race has moved to a digital transformation, and in this world, we need to look at urban resilience. So that is the topic of my presentation today. So this is what I need to tell you. We need to change our worldview. We need to make sure that we recognize that we are a new humankind living in a digital world. Do you remember when Columbus rode Santa Maria to discover the new continent? Up until that time, no one knew that there was a new continent there. But when Columbus discovered the new continent and made a civilization there, that actually changed the map of civilization. The Western civilization actually accumulated their talent and resources there, leading to industrial revolution. That led to the development of science and technology that spread around the world. In Asia, Japan opened up to this sooner than any other Asian country, and they actually seized the opportunity to grow because of this. In history, you can see that whenever there is a new worldview, if you are able to adjust to that worldview quickly, then you are propelled by that worldview to grow and develop. I believe that smartphones has become the new continent for humankind. Google, Apple, Facebook, Amazon, these companies are called GAFA together as an acronym. Google's service, such as YouTube, has become the world's largest broadcasting station, but they don't have actually a physical broadcasting company. It is a virtual world where YouTube exists. Amazon is the same as well. If you want to walk into an Amazon shop, there is no Amazon shop. It is in a virtual world. Same as Facebook. There are 2 billion people gathering on Facebook to communicate, to talk, and to communicate. But there is no physical space where you meet people on Facebook. So this is the internet civilization that lives on the new digital continent that is virtual. And it's spreading around the world very quickly. Why is it spreading very quickly? Because they are sharing knowledge and you don't have to pay for that knowledge. You can actually share knowledge through open source on the internet for free. Well, some people in Korea, the youngsters, they do AI programming, and they never learned how to program from their teachers, but they learn from YouTube videos and other means on the internet. And so Phono sapiens are able to accumulate knowledge through this virtual world, and so they can network on the digital continent. Well, Ethereum was developed, and the person who developed this actually wrote his first paper on cryptocurrency at the age of 15. And he actually launched his own cryptocurrency called Ethereum, and that has become one of the most prominent cryptocurrencies. And he actually has a value of over 10 trillion. He was born in 1995, and he never listened to a class on cryptocurrency. So that is what makes us wise on the internet as Phono sapiens. So Phono sapiens actually learn new knowledge on the internet and create that knowledge to share with the internet. Airbnb, Uber, YouTube are just some of the new platforms that has changed our lives in the last 10 years. And the humankind, they use this and love this, and so these platforms continue to grow. In every single country, these platforms are expanding. And more people are using these platforms, and they are totally changing the ecosystems. And the generation leading these changes are the millennials. These are the people born after 1980. They are the first generation to grow up with the internet in their lives, and they are the first generation to enjoy games as we know them now. And so, they are the people who experienced how convenient this is. And with the rapid expansion of the digital civilization, we have the Generation Z, who are creating more changes. So they were born after 1995, and so they were already using smartphones as teenagers. They're the first generation to do so. And so they are different from other generations. Well, people in their 50s, 60s, and 70s take up a bulk of the global population, but they did not experience the internet as teenagers or as children. And so internet is very difficult to them. So that is why we need to take them into consideration as cities and as countries. Generation Z, they have created a very fun new world called Metaverse. Metaverse has been led by those who live on their smartphones. So they have characters that represent them in this metaverse as if they're living in a game. And these characters live with the actual people. And so these characters become a part of their identity. And so Roblox, Zepeto, and Fortnite are just some of the metaverse platforms that are used to have concerts, to have games, and that has led to profit making. Sometimes we see that artists actually draw a picture and they actually upload their pictures on a non-fungible token or NFT to sell their artwork. And so in the next 10, 20 years, those who have grown up with metaverse will become the mainstream in our society, and that will become even a stronger platform compared to YouTube or other platforms that we are utilizing today. And so a lot of investments are being poured into metaverses. The next generation, they will certainly be enjoying themselves on the metaverse. So when we take a look at metaverse and the new environment, is it helping education and civilization of the future? Well, if COVID-19 continues, for sure it will help. Some schools actually create metaverse classrooms, and metaverses are used to draw in the attention of the children for their schoolwork. And we see that using metaverse actually decreases the educational gap that exists. The internet civilization also leads to a very interesting form of education that is voluntary. If we take a look at France's IT school, they don't have a school, they don't have teachers, but they actually work on programming. Because of the internet, this is possible. So 4 people are joined into a group, and they are instructed to complete a certain type of program in the next week. And the 4 people would search and they would ask their friends, and then they would utilize various opportunities to learn how to program. And so they would be using YouTube videos to learn, and they would be going into different online communities to learn. So what they are learning is to learn to fish rather than to just eat what other people have caught and given them. This is leading to an accumulation of new ideas and innovation that will become the standard of education based on the digital world. We don't know what the next standard will be because of the large amount of changes that are being made. And so we are all on the journey to finding the right way. I actually teach students, and my original study was mechanical engineering. And in the beginning, I taught very difficult knowledge about mechanical energy. For example, evaluating the safety of nuclear plants through computer simulations. I taught my student for 2 years, and then after the 2 years, the student said, I want to actually create an AI program to do this. I do not teach AI programming, and in the computer science department, they're not interested in mechanical engineering, but this student actually learned off the open sources on Google, he learned off YouTube, and he actually finished his AI program in 2 years, and it was a very sophisticated deep learning code. And so he actually developed this further to participate in image diagnosis, and that actually is a program that can see the risks of heart failure or irregular beating in the heart using the same algorithm that he developed for safety evaluation of nuclear plants. And so I believe that this is the talent that we have within Hope Phono Sapiens. They are not learning through existing education, but they are actually those who can learn from themselves, and they are learning on their own using the internet. So based on this new digital continent, how can we enhance resilience? I would like to refer to the book by Professor Kim Joo-hwan. And if we think of cities as people, what do we need for resilience? Well, Professor Kim Joo-hwan mentioned that resilience is based on self-control, interpersonal skills, and positive thinking. Let's look at those one by one. Let's say you failed and you feel depressed, and you feel like you're going crazy, but you need to control that through self-control, and you need to be able to objectively analyze the reason for your failure. And that should be the same for cities as well. When there is a disaster, there could be people who are trying to hoard goods, or that did not happen in Seoul when COVID-19 broke out, because people knew that they can actually order online. Even if there are 3 to 4 times a volume in online shopping, that can be distributed without any glitches. And we experienced that, and that's why we did not try to buy more than we needed. So this means that in the overall city, having self-control will be very important for resilience. Of course, having vaccines, wearing masks, and having hardware is important, but overall, overall, in the digital new continent, we need a good infrastructure. Second is interpersonal skills. This means communication, empathy, and self-understanding. So online, you will see that people help each other. In Korea, after the outbreak of COVID-19, we have a digital service that was established right away concerning vaccines, and 98% of the Seoul citizens are able to use this app. And at schools, they are utilizing metaverses so that they can encourage students to learn, even in the COVID-19 situation. And we also have a COVID-19 map in the form of an app that provides services so that people will be able to know where the confirmed cases were. This app was actually created by a university student who actually completed this app in just 2 days. So you can see that various public services are being provided to citizens, and when such public services are strong, we have resilience within the cities. Then we need to have positive thinking. We need to have positive thinking, satisfaction about our lives, and also be appreciative of what we have. Of course, it's very difficult in the COVID-19 situation, but we need to remember that there were good things that happened out of COVID-19 as well. For example, there was a man who was in very big financial difficulty who wanted to buy pizza for his daughter's birthday. And he went to a pizza place and asked if he could actually get the pizza that day but pay for it later. But the restaurant owner actually gave him the pizza for free. And then he said, whenever your daughter wants pizza, you can come back at any time. And so when that story was shared online, many people wanted to pay the restaurant owner back by ordering from that restaurant. So these are some of the positive stories that we have from the COVID-19 situation. We also see that we have health services on the digital platform, or art services on the digital platform, or caregiver services in the form of robots, even self-driving vehicles that enable people to grocery shop, even if you can't drive on your own. So all of these services are being developed. So these new digital technologies are enabling us to enhance our possibility of survival and our resilience. We have commercial unmanned convenience stores, and we also have digital smart farms. We also have smart home systems. These are all technologies that will change our future. And what we need to do is add the warm hearts to these technologies, which will boost the happiness of individuals and cities as well. If we take a look at successful technologies that satisfy customers are those that can succeed. And so therefore, the new digital continent is a continent where the power is with the citizens. So we need to make sure that we build resilience on this new continent. We need to make sure that Seoul's new digital future becomes a part of the new digital continent. We hope that we can dream of a better future together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your excellent presentation. I must say, it is very interesting foresight for our near future. Okay, without further ado, I will introduce our next speaker, Ms. Lauren Sorkin, Executive Director of Resilient Cities Network. Lauren, are you there? It is great to see you again.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you right. You there?
Great. Thank you so much for the kind introduction, and it's really wonderful to be here with all of you in Seoul. The first forum, the International Urban Resilience Forum, we were able to connect on the occasion of the release of the Seoul Resilience Strategy several years ago, and it's been wonderful to see the progress that's been made in the city, and now to have this opportunity to connect with the community both in Seoul and globally. is really fantastic. So thank you again for convening. Today, I'm going to be sharing with you about really the role of cities and our network in this important issue of digital inclusion and how digital inclusion really promotes resilience and how you can use digital tools to build urban resilience. It's really a very symbiotic kind of relationship. But let me first start with speaking a little bit more about the network and the perspective that we bring and the importance of working through networks. I'm very glad to be here alongside colleagues like Sanjaya from the Making City Resilient campaign that we work very closely with, and also with Mr. Kendra from CityNet. It's really important that cities have the opportunity to connect to one another. So at the Resilient Cities Network, we are the world's leading urban resilience network. We have been dedicated to advancing urban resilience now for more than 7 years. And our explicit purpose is to bring together global knowledge, practice, and partnership and funding to really help to support our cities. We work arm in arm with our member cities. We are a city-led network. And our focus is to build safer, more equitable, and sustainable futures for all of the urban residents that we work with. We work across more than 90 cities. As you can see, we have 97 city members worldwide, 220 million citizens, and we're working to channel funding for them through impact funds that we also manage. This is a snapshot of the cities in the network. And the reason I show this as we begin is very much related to the topics that the speakers have mentioned. Digital inclusion is a very important topic. It's a broad topic. And the ability of different cities to address digital inclusion is very different depending on where they are in their journey as a city. And so when we work with cities like Seoul, or where I'm sitting in Singapore, who have a very advanced approach to digital inclusion and digital economy in a city, we need to take certain steps and we need to prepare certain kinds of lessons and tools. We also need to make sure that we have the kinds of tools and approaches that are applicable in cities that are still getting their membership online, enhancing digital inclusion across a very different spectrum of needs. Another point that I really want to make as we begin this discussion is the importance of diversity, inclusion, and multi-sector collaboration when we work on digital inclusion and urban resilience. Our network is led by a very diverse board who come from different perspectives and are able to bring that to cities. And cities, regardless of where they are in the world, do need to be able to access finance. They need to be able to access lessons. They need to be able to access different kinds of governance approaches to make these resilience topics and to make digital inclusion a reality. So it's very important to bring the private sector together with the public sector, to bring city officials together with leaders from business, leaders from finance, so that we can really break down the barriers that exist in terms of sectors and activate different kinds of tools and approaches. Now, when we're talking about urban resilience, it's very important that we start from a common understanding of how we're going to activate urban resilience and what digital inclusion actually means in that context. The professor just before described this ability to manage, right, to control one's own responses and reactions. And when we talk about urban resilience from a systems perspective, from a city perspective, we take that definition that's applicable to individuals and we expand it. And so we look at urban resilience as the capacity of individuals, as well as communities, institutions, businesses, and systems within a city to survive, adapt, and grow, no matter what kind of chronic stresses and acute shocks they are going to experience. And the reason that we need to break that down in that way is because we have seen that no matter what kind of shock or stress that you're preparing for them in isolation cannot work. We have to look at our shocks and our stresses together. And so taking that view and then applying our tools of digital inclusion to those shocks and stresses, that's where the opportunity is. And we have continued to see that resilient cities are better prepared no matter what kind of shock or stress they're experiencing, because they have taken a preparedness view, and the investments that they're making in different systems are going to address not one shock, not one issue, but actually issues that are integrated. So as we look again at digital inclusion, we have to look at how digital inclusion is overlaid with the other shocks and stresses that a city is experiencing itself. So when we take this kind of approach, what we see is that we can actually bolster economic activity because we create a very safe environment for investments. We create a much more predictable future for businesses to work in, and we create a really wide range of opportunities for entrepreneurship and innovation. And this is an area that I'm going to come back to when we speak about digital inclusion and resilience in a little while with a case study. We also see that when we have a resilience narrative and when we open the conversation about what it takes from that citizen level up to an institutional level to build urban resilience, to prepare for those different shocks and stress that we might experience, that's when people can interact and there's that high level of participation. And this is one area where digital inclusion is absolutely essential. So I just want to leave this slide with one more thought, which is that when we are addressing multiple challenges at one time, we can successfully measure that by thinking about three things. Are we ensuring that there is equity? Are we looking at sustainability? And are we driving towards additional economic value? Now, when we look at the greatest resilience challenges that are facing cities today, it's very clear where we need to spend our time and where we need to spend our money. There are a number of cities, a number of different development contexts around the world. But if we have to boil it down to two big urban resilience challenges, we need to, as an urban community, focus on circularity in our cities. So what is it that we're going to do to promote a circular economy? Are our food systems circular? Are our built environment systems circular? And are our waste systems circular? Our cities have so much potential, but they also can create so much waste. Linear economic models will not be sustainable in the future. As cities, focusing on circularity is essential in building urban resilience and building sustainability. And the second is around climate resilience. We must put climate resilience and the safety of our citizens on an equal footing with the climate mitigation conversation around net zero, around carbon reductions. Keeping people safe from heat, from floods is the work in cities right now. So with these two big urban resilience challenges ahead of us, we need to apply digital inclusion. We need to apply different kinds of tools to this amazing moment that we have in front of us today to create a resilient recovery in our cities. Much has been said about the opportunity coming out of COVID-19, but really we are not coming out of COVID-19. We are living in a peri-COVID-19 environment, or living with COVID. So the question is, how do we mobilize our resources for a resilient response and recovery that is going on? And how do we promote equity and economic opportunity as we address circularity, climate resilience, and live with a pandemic? So now onto the digital inclusion opportunity. And it really is, in resilience parlance, a challenge that we reframe, that we look at as a massive opportunity. And I think Sanjaya's slides also spoke to this in terms of some of the differences that we see between emerging markets and highly industrialized cities. Now, we know that this area is growing fast. It's growing really faster than most of us can contemplate. And 1 billion internet users, 1 billion, have been added in the last 5 years. It's really difficult to even fathom that. But yet, despite these gains, 40% of humans don't have access to the digital world in an equitable way. And we know, we see that that's going to change. And this is where the opportunity is. It's estimated, right? We love these big estimates because they show us the opportunity. 428 billion is this estimated cost to get everyone online by 2030, which given our current environment of virtual meetings, virtual worlds, virtual business seems essential. So this is an essential spend that has to happen. This amazing opportunity gives us this potential to integrate and to amplify public and social services that are the well-being of cities. And this is where we really come to the role of cities, right? How do we define, how do we create the environment where getting people online is providing those social services, is strengthening public services as we grow in the private sector. Now, when we looked across our network, and this is data from a survey that we did in the membership of Resilient Cities Network, we asked them, what are your gaps in recovery planning? What is it that cities right now are trying to figure out in terms of responding to COVID-19 and building resilience? We asked them, what's missing? First and foremost, funding. There's not enough funds to prepare adequately, to invest adequately. So we know that cities by themselves cannot provide the funding that they need to make these kinds of upgrades and changes. And that's why the private sector potential and partnership can be so pivotal. Second, data. So cities don't know exactly where they want to spend because they don't have enough information about where they want to go. And this is one area where, as we amplify digital services, we need to figure out how to set up those systems, whether it's open data, whether it's having certain departments working together with different projects, private sector, public sector, academia, to gather this data. But we need to find more ways to get the amazing amounts of data that are being created in cities to cities for planning purposes. Next, time and staff. And then finally, stakeholder collaboration. So we see that these gaps, funding, data, time and staff, stakeholder collaboration, are all gaps that carefully examined and crosswalked with our digital inclusion approaches could be ameliorated by applying digital inclusion approaches to projects. We could increase stakeholder collaboration, mobilize more staff, and then look at gathering better data for future planning. And with that better data, not just directing existing funding, but very importantly, communicating to other sectors, finance, private sector partners, what it is that's needed, and hopefully attracting more funding to the kinds of projects that can build urban resilience. Now, I want to give an example of this on the ground. So come with me across the ocean from Singapore to a really, really beautiful coastal city in Brazil. Salvador is a city that is 472 years old and has a population of about 4 million people. Now, Salvador is a coastal city, so they have a bustling environment in terms of trade. They have a very diverse population, and they've had a lot of migration over the recent decades. Now, this has been both a blessing and also a challenge, because a lot of the people who have come to Salvador do not have jobs that they can do online. So there has been a lot of issue around COVID-19, but even before that, in having these newly migrated populations integrate into the city and access good jobs. This is not a story that only belongs to Salvador. This is a story that belongs to many cities in trying to find the right kinds of opportunities for new arrivals in their city and mobilize these amazing skills from new migrants in order to build the city's economy, and for those new arrivals to get the kinds of benefits, to get the kinds of economic opportunities that they need to sustain themselves and sustain their families. So in this case, Resilient Cities Network partnered up with a partner from the private sector, Visa, to look at how resilient cities can participate in shaping a digital world. So how digital resilience, how digital inclusion can build with one another. And the challenge specifically that we identified in Salvador is here on this slide. But first, I should mention that along with Visa, what we did was we created an overall challenge process, and we invited cities from across our network to present their challenge. And then based on the challenges that were the most suited to the kinds of skills that Visa could bring to the problem and to helping solve the problem, we selected 3 cities, Salvador is one of them, to participate in a pilot and actually launch this challenge on the ground. So in terms of setting up partnerships, one thing I do want to emphasize is this kind of co-creation, is finding the right partners and identifying the kind of problems where you can have an impact together. Now, the challenge, as you can see here in Salvador, was how can we promote productive digital inclusion in order to strengthen the local development and create incentives for an environment of sustainable entrepreneurship in order to increase Salvador's resilience. So this was really that projection of using a digital inclusion approach to strengthen the local economy and to build sustainable business. So how did Salvador propose to do this? What was their winning approach? They proposed a talent booster program. And this was designed in partnership with local public and private sector organizations, with input from ourselves and other international organizations. And it has really these 4 focus areas: develop the digital skills of the community, in particular new arrivals, job creation, promoting equity, and promoting sustainable businesses, not just any business, but sustainable businesses, businesses that respond to the city's resilience challenges. And so we were overwhelmed. We were delighted by the number of applicants in Salvador. Almost 400 applications were received, and 60 entrepreneurs, and I'm very proud to say of those 60 entrepreneurs, 58 were women, 38 were Black. And so we see real equity, real inclusion in the selection of high quality participants in this program. And now this program is ongoing and building the potential of these entrepreneurs to grow their business using digital tools and generating data for the city that can support business development and priority areas for the city. So this is a gift that will keep on giving, not just at this digital accelerator, but in the future for the city to continue to plan. So I want to close with a few thoughts. We've learned a lot of lessons from COVID-19, I think all of us, and the ones that we have seen at Resilient Cities Network and we have taken now as values in terms of how we design each and every partnership, I think can be useful to really any city or any partner that is trying to design resilience in cities and the kinds of projects and programs that will promote digital inclusion and build urban resilience. First and foremost, you must prioritize equity. Without equity, there is no resilience. Inequity heightens vulnerability. And if you don't know where your most vulnerable populations are in a city, you will never be truly resilient. The second is robust communication. Crisis communication tools are absolutely essential. When you do face a crisis, you need to keep communicating early and often. And this is where you need to ensure that everyone is included in those kinds of dissemination mechanisms, digital or otherwise. You must continue to engage your stakeholders. Government has a role to play in defining the challenges. So cities, you can define the challenges, define what it is you need that your most vulnerable citizens need clearly And then you will attract the right kinds of partnerships from public, private, and other international organizations. We know that you as cities are on the front lines of dealing with resilience challenges. Finally, embracing technology is not an option. That's what this panel is all about, but it must be integrated in crisis response and development strategy, not taken as a goal in and of itself. And finally, we must continue to expand our networks. One of the most exciting things, and I started my remarks by saying this, is seeing how the field of urban resilience is growing. It's thriving. Seeing all of us together on a virtual forum with the city of Seoul convening is an example of how this dialogue continues to grow in different regions, in different places, and most importantly, in its depth. And so with that, I just want to say really thank you to everyone for inviting us. As Resilient Cities, we're looking forward to continuing to empower, to mobilize, and to implement with all of you towards resilient communities, corporations, cities, and a really more resilient world. So thank you so very much.
Thank you, Lauren, for your excellent presentation. I was very impressed by the fact that you highlight the paramount significance of citizens and key stakeholders working together and networking in order to tackle the new shocks and stress that almost all cities in the world face. Thank you so much for your insightful presentation. Okay, since we don't have much time left, let's just move on to next speaker. So we will move from Salvador to Buenos Aires, Argentina, to meet our next speaker, Diego Fernandez, Secretary of Innovation and Digital Transformation of Buenos Aires, Argentina. Diego, you there? Can you hear me?
Hello
okay.
and welcome everybody.
He sent us a pre-recorded video.
Okay. Innovation and Digital Transformation for the City of Buenos Aires. And please let me start by sharing my screen. Just a minute. Before I get into detail, please let me begin by putting our experience in context. Buenos Aires, the capital of Argentina, is home to over 3 million people. And on any given day, 3.5 million people more come to work, to study, or to visit the city. That's a huge deal because every day we duplicate our population. Our goal is to make life easier for all of them, avoiding typical bureaucracy and allowing citizens to access government services as easy as possible. Whoops, sorry about that. That was a spoiler. But nothing can be built overnight. And that is why we began this process years ago. As early as 2007, when we made the decision to go paperless in government. Later on, we started working on digitalizing the administrative procedures, promoting electronic payments, and becoming pioneers in the region in promoting open data. We also promoted new communication channels, creating our first chatbot on our website and Facebook page. Then we began adopting smart cities initiatives, incorporating technology in different areas of government and handling all requests and complaints digitally and remotely. Finally, in 2019, we launched Voti, our city chatbot that runs on WhatsApp. I'll tell you more about this in a minute. But why am I making such a strong point about this process? Because this session is about resilience. And in able to be resilient, you need to have been prepared in order to use all of your available resources to manage an emergency when the emergency arrives. And that moment came with the COVID-19 pandemic. It caught the world by surprise and it accelerated the transformation of the city in a dramatic way. In the new emergency context, our immediate priority was to develop technological tools to support the healthcare system and help prevent the spread of the virus. This meant we, as a government, had to be clearer than ever in terms of communicating our actions and information related to the virus. We also had to show empathy and simplify people's lives as much as possible. These challenges, although greatly amplified, were not new to us. As I mentioned before, we have been trying to do it for years. For that, we had a key ally, Boti, the city's WhatsApp chatbot. Based on the WhatsApp market share in Argentina, which is by far the most common app for messaging, we decided to set up the bot on this platform. Through dialogue, plain and simple language, and an empathetic and easygoing personality, Boti has established itself as a key channel for communication between the citizens and the government. Today, more than 2 million people have already chatted with Boti in any moment. And how does Boti works? How does Boti works? It exploits the platform capabilities. In this platform, 95% of all messages are understood by the bot and responded immediately. 5% of those are not understood, and in that case, we have a set of editors and humans which analyze what the message was and create new responses for those messages we could not identify automatically. We chose Boti because its benefits are multiple. First, it's a channel available to anyone, no matter where they are, who they are, what they do, on a 24 basis, 365 days a year. Second, it allows us to constantly improve our messages. It is scalable. Its implementation is fast and can be integrated with a number of platforms such as the Buenos Aires city government and many others. But most importantly, it's a natural language user interface. People can chat with Boti just as they chat with anyone else on their platform of choice. As WhatsApp is Boti's main channel, the way in which its contents and conversational flows are constructed is restricted to the limitations of type of messages that this channel allows. When it comes to answering the city's queries and concerns, we have mainly 4 options. The first one being content. Content is static information flows. The second one is integration. Part of Boti's intelligence lies in the fact that it can connect with different platforms, both private and public. The third is referral. It's a similar process, but it allows citizens finally to interact with a human being. We will mention a very specific case in which this referral process is key and is very important. And the fourth is physical experiences. We have QR codes which serve as a link between the physical world and the digital world. People can scan QR codes and immediately open a chat with Boti, which is already pre-configured to answer about that specific place. The evolution of the chatbot, which we like to think as a superbot, has allowed us to integrate it with a huge number of issues and topics that people need, from healthcare, government permits, complaints, and so on. This way, we provide better services and at the same time support the different areas of the Buenos Aires city government. But COVID-19 demanded both our team and Boti to grow up to a new and completely different scale. Buenos Aires was the first city to adapt all of its contents to WhatsApp. It was the first city to use WhatsApp to answer COVID-related inquiries. For example, here we have, I will mention 3 specific examples regarding each of these categories. In content, we show advice for people who needed to stay home to prevent the spread of the virus during the pandemic most challenging phases. Life at home and the challenges that the quarantine poses to population are huge, and Boti was a great ally in assisting the citizenship during this phase. On the other hand, we integrated the city's gender-based violence attention systems to the chatbot. As we have all been aware of, unfortunately, the gender-based violence suffered a great spike during the pandemic. And in this particular case, the referral process of the chatbot was huge because when women chatted with the bot automatically referred those women who were chatting with the bot to a human being, which assisted women in the process of being assisted with the gender-based violence they were suffering. And later on, when vaccines became available, Body became our main channel to schedule and communicate vaccination appointments. We have had a previous experience doing this with the tests, and it was a huge ally. As you can see, we used to have 500,000 interactions on a monthly basis with COVID, and the pandemic created a tenfold increase in the body's participation in the everyday life of community. We are now experiencing between 5 and 6 million chats every month. And that is a huge expansion. Sorry. Now, with the pandemic concerns fading away, our channel is to make sure people keep using Body and take advantage of its great acceptance and positive reviews. And how do we plan to do this? Pursuing mainly three objectives that sum up what we envision for Body's future. First, we must sustain and improve what is already in the chatbot, improving performance, accuracy, and information in all transactions or conversations between citizens and government. Second, we want to kill apps. We want to get rid of apps. Nothing can be a platform where people can handle their business with government chatting just as they chat with their friends or their relatives. Apps, webs, and other specific services are much more complicated for citizens and are much more complicated for governments. Maintaining hundreds of apps and several web pages is much more costly than maintaining the chatbot communication flows. Therefore, we must increase our offer and services on the WhatsApp chatbot. And third, we aim to develop new personalized experience. Using predictive algorithms, for example, for transportation, we plan to use predictive algorithms so that people can scan a QR code in a bus stop and Boti can immediately tell them when the bus is coming. For example, cultural activities for tourism and so on. We are pretty proud of Boti and the role it has played during the pandemic and the role that it will play in the government in the future. We will be very glad if you can access the Boti case and download it. And I hope that this short and brief introduction to what Boti is may maybe expand your vision on how a chatbot can become a crucial part in the government interaction with citizens. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fernandez, for sharing the experiences and the key lessons from the city of Buenos Aires case of digital transformation after COVID-19. Okay, we will move on to the next speaker, Mr. Luis Carvalho, Civil Protection Coordinator and Local Police Commander of Amadora, Portugal. Luis, you there?
Yes, I'm there. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You can start.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for the invitation and to share our experience in Amadora about the local and the response and the recovery in the COVID-19. Well, I will try to be short on the presentation. First, I will start by geographically framing the city of Amadora. It borders with Lisbon, the capital of Portugal. The city has almost 200,000 inhabitants. It was the highest population city in the country, and we still have 4% of the population living in the poor house conditions. We have 10% of foreign population and almost 20% of population over 65 years old. Well, Amadora joined the United Nations Resilient Cities campaign 2010, and I told us a little bit about this. In 10 years, we have been able to establish partnerships with all local actors with responsibility for managing emergency crises. We have right now 10 years of work with more than 50 stakeholders working closely just to respond, to prevent, and to recovery. And I think the most important is the quantity of stakeholders that we have. We have schools, private sector, social institutions, academia, all have taken active part in disaster risk reduction, and I think active part just to be a resilient city. Through the campaign, we have been working with the local partnerships and consolidate the prevention, response, and recovery network that was very useful just to work on the COVID-19 response and recovery. Regarding the local impacts, as we know, when we start with COVID-19 in Portugal, the first response was at local level. I just bring this graphic just to have a clear vision about the waves that Amadora faced during almost 2 years. We had the third wave that was the most difficult part to manage. Was the critical period, was February 2021 with 500 cases per day, so it was very hard for the city and for the governance just to manage this. The city had difficulty in responding to the different needs of the citizens and entities. About 12%, and this is the data from yesterday, the total of almost 2 years of COVID in the city, we have 12% of the population of Amadora were infected and almost 400 people dead on this year and a half. About the response, what we deliver when we face in the beginning of the COVID-19, we created a structure, specific structure just to respond and recovery all the needs that we receive. We created a municipal operational center for COVID-19 with five sectors: the health, the security, the rescue, the logistic, and the social. So our intention was just to support the people that will need more our rotation. And for example, when we have the social and we try just to work on the inclusion, we have huge programs just to support the most vulnerable population. For example, we create a social line with telephone and SMS support through the warning and alert system that we have in the civil protection, just to try to minimize senior isolation and economic needs. On the other hand, we create on the social sector, we create multidisciplinary teams with a lot of volunteers just to go home visits to deliver food and medicines. We have the other part about the school committee with online classes. So for example, in Portugal and Amadora, we have almost 3 months that the kids stay at home just to have classes online. And the municipality distributes more than 5,000 computers to the most needed families. And that's just to combat the exclusion that we have in our city. On the other hand, we had the information on COVID prevention measures sent by SMS again to the entire population. And this information sent by our system have almost 100% coverage. So everybody received the information that we need about the prevention measures of COVID through the warning and alert system. And finally, we did a daily monitoring of more than 1,000 families with different needs. We are talking about families with high tax of employment, refugees, and disability. So we create this kind of response just to don't left anyone behind. Here's some pictures about our municipal operations center for COVID-19. some pictures about our hospital, and in the third wave was very critical just to manage the people that was suffering a lot with this. And here, just some data about the again the local response and recovery. We receive almost 7,000 phone calls about social and economic needs. And it's important to say that we create this line just for support in these periods. The line was just designed for the other crises, so for example, the floods and forest fires. So we have here a baseline of the response about the phone calls, and this line specifically. We support almost 300 families with food, almost of them refugees, almost them people that lost their job. We support a lot families with medication, so almost 3,000 families that we support with medicines. As I told you, we deliver 5,000 computers to the kids in order just to have the class online. We send during the period of the COVID almost 100 message by phone just to all the people receive the critical information about what they have to do, stay at home, use a mask, or the other information that could be that was very important just to send. And we deliver to the population almost 100,000 protective equipment about COVID, the mask. That was very important just to cover all the city with these equipment just to be more useful in the combat of the COVID. Well, briefly, we spend a lot of money with this. So we have some numbers. For example, we spent 3 million euros for COVID equipment just to try to delivery for all the population. We spent 2 million to support local economy and families just with specific programs about new jobs, about recovery, the economy that was suffered a lot. At this moment, we have 83% of the population in Amadora vaccinated. I think it's a success, and that was very possible with our network that we have at local level. We did well a lot of tests for COVID, and we spent 1 million for social programs and support. This food that we deliver, the computers, well, we have all the money that spends on this. This is our volunteers and our teams about that delivery, the support at home in the families. And well, it's all important that all have all the inclusion in our community. So these teams, the multidisciplinary teams, just delivery the equipments, food, medicines daily, and were very useful for this process. Well, finally, what was our lessons learned? It was very difficult to manage this. We had a lot of experience to manage floods, other crises about natural disasters, but for us this was new, just to manage a pandemic, and sometimes was very conditioned to response and recovery. What was our distresses? We have few notes just to maybe to discuss later, but we have a difficulty in monitoring and complying COVID measures. So the government launched a lot of measures during the 1 year and a half of pandemic. The other thing was very hard to share information between entities, health, rescue, security, social and geographic information system. The other part was very difficult just to get equipment for COVID in the early months when the pandemic started. The other thing was the physical and mental tiredness of all the local COVID teams. Well, when we have 1 year of pandemic, all the people are very tired, as you know. And the other thing was intervention strategy with constant change. So this was our distresses. About the gains, was very interesting just to see that the good cooperation between the political, operation, and technical level works, and that means that we have a strong strategy about resilient city, good ability to react to diversities. The other thing, the local stakeholder network was essential for the implementation of the strategy. And finally, I think this is the most important, the goal of not leaving anyone behind was achieved, because we spent a lot of money, put programs on the grounds, and I think the home visits, just be very close to the people, was very useful just to understand their needs, and is important, as you know, just to delivery and to have strategy to respond and to recovery. And this is my notes. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez, for sharing your experiences and key lessons from the city of Amadora. I would say that Amadora is one of the best examples of resilient cities. It has managed to working together with the key stakeholders and multiple partners to tackle COVID-19. Thank you so much for that. Okay, we'll move on to the last speaker. Our last speaker is Shri Satendra Jain, Minister for Health and Urban Development of the National Capital Territory of Delhi. Minister, you there? Yeah. Please start your presentation when you are ready.
Okay. Yeah. Good morning. Rapid digital transformation, which has been underway prior to COVID-19 crisis, has accelerated during the pandemic, leading to expansion of opportunities for digital inclusion. Such a transformation also entails social and economic empowerment of citizens through digital tools and infrastructure. The exponential increase in e-commerce has created new jobs and income earning opportunities, which has the potential to spur household income and lift people out of poverty. Digital transformation has proved to be a key enabler to the adaptive resilience during the era of COVID-19 pandemic, as it has increased adaptiveness of a city's management capabilities and process by shortening time to acquire information and increasing agility. During the COVID-19 pandemic, has come out the importance of managing data from various sources, and accordingly, data analytics as a tool of strong decision support system has evolved. Delhi government has set up command and control center to meet the requirements of data analytics. Data has been fetched from various data sources like ICMR, hospitals, district administration portal, etc. to process them. The COVID-19 dashboard has been designed and developed to visualize available data in form of various graphs, charts intuitively. Digital platforms are being used to ensure better and timely delivery of benefits from government to people in smooth, fair, transparent, efficient, and reliable manner. It prevents delay in delivery of benefits and curb pilferage, duplication of beneficiaries, etc. To meet the aspiration of digital inclusion, Government of NCT of Delhi has taken up digitization of delivery of essential public services in a big and innovative manner. Delhi government has taken big leap forward by providing online citizen services delivery. Online government services, more than 400 government services has been made online and are available to the public through e-district portal as a single source of access to all the services. A total of 5 million users are registered on the portal. Using this e-district portal, around 6 million certificates has already been issued to different categories. Besides, government of NCT of Delhi has enacted right to time-bound delivery of government services under e-service level agreement. 361 types of services have already been notified under this enactment, and 200 more are to be notified shortly. The government gives guarantee to the citizen to provide notified government services in a specified time limit, failing which government pay penalty to the citizen. A city of deemed inclusive if the facilities are accessible to all and is adaptable and affordable for all its citizens. The benefit of digital transformation should be available to all, notwithstanding to differentiation cropping up because of physical, mental abilities, or age, or gender, or economic strata, and must also meet the needs and aspirations of elderly as well as people with disabilities. Keeping digital social inclusion in focus, Government of NCT of Delhi is in the process of redesigning its websites as per guidelines for by the Indian government. Besides, focus is also on ensuring cyber security is also an important aspect to ensure inclusiveness and to continue the citizen services without interruption. Government of NCT of Delhi has set up a cyber security wing to audit all its IT applications for vulnerability before hosting it on the public. Modalities for integration of DigiLocker with the online logistics service has also been worked out, and the integration is under process. This facility will enable citizen users to search for documents, certificates, etc. or from e-district repository and fetch it in DigiLocker. It also provides facility to store the issued certificate in digital form and use and procedure it, produce it in conveniently whenever required. This will make delivery of use of certificate fast, efficient, and hassle-free. Most importantly, those who are not digitally connected and those who are beyond the scope of those who don't have smartphones or connectivity, Delhi government has started innovative service that is called doorstep delivery of government services. This service for to bring out the government services more accessible to the citizen with a view to minimize the citizens' visit to the government offices, departments. Government of NCT of Delhi has introduced doorstep delivery of government services. At present, 100 services have been brought under this program. The government is planning to bring all online services under this program. Doorstep service delivery is a transformational service delivery project launched by Delhi government on 10th of September 2018. Currently, 100 government services are live on this system. The applicant has to call a telephone number that is 1076 and book an appointment as per his or her suitable time. A government representative equipped with a tablet and software applications visit the home of the applicant and helps with filling of forms, payment of fees, collection of documents, appointments. Appointment can be booked between 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., 365 a day, 365 a year. This transparent IT-based system addresses the long waiting time, queues, and multiple visits to government offices for availing services. In this way, 24/7 call center has emerged as a one-stop solution for common public. Approximately 2 million calls have already been attended by this call center, and suitable facilitation of availing diverse government services has been provided. And today's
Okay, thank you, Mr. for sharing the state of Delhi's endeavors to realize digital inclusion, i.e., leaving no one behind in the time of COVID pandemic in the state of Delhi. Thank you so much for that. So time's ticking and we don't have much time left. So we'll quickly move on to the panel discussion. Okay, first of all, I would ask Mr. Kendra Hirata from CityNet. You there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. Well, before we getting into the first topic, I would ask you, would you care to share your opinions or your ideas after hearing all those presentations today?
Sure, thank you. Well, first of all, thank you very much to all the speakers for sharing very interesting and insightful presentations. And first of all, also allow me to congratulate Seoul Metropolitan Government for organizing this important International Urban Resilience Forum again. And it's a pleasure to be part of this forum. As we saw from different presentations, the rapid digital transformation has drastically changed our ways to deal with information, which has helped many to outreach more intensively and also made us more responsive and made lives more convenient than what it used to be compared to just only a decade ago. However, at the same time, we also heard that there is an increasing digital divide despite the progress in connectivity. We know that the cities are under immense pressure to provide timely and quality public services, but one of the key challenges remain to be the capacity of the city employees in adopting the technology in their work. We still have cities that uses fax machines for communicating urgent messages or prefers to print out every single document for filing purposes, but these things can be changed. And to bring about this digital transformation or adaptability, a key component would be to institutionalize the city's entire system. While we know that cities hold a wealth of data that can be put to good use, it is also essential to encourage private sector involvement, as mentioned in many of the presentations, in introducing technology-oriented public service strategies, which may be partnered with local governments. For this, I think it is equally important to capacitate the local governments to adopt digital transformation and engage other urban stakeholders for a concerted effort in minimizing that digital divide so that every citizen will feel the impact of a better service delivery and inclusiveness when it comes to receiving timely and essential services. And this is increasingly so in the field of DRR as well. At CityNet, each year we conduct our survey of disaster cluster members. And each time, one of the top 3 needs that the cities have indicated is the capacity building of their officials, as well as the stakeholders in understanding the importance of DRR. And in most cases, the issue is not the budget, but the infrastructure, platform, and connectivity to conduct capacity building on technical matters. Whether it's about risk communication or responding to COVID-19 or connecting to classrooms virtually, to continue education, I think the cities have the opportunity to use data science to make itself truly resilient for its people, regardless of their social economic status. As we saw from different presentations, again, there are cities who have achieved better results by adopting digital transformation. And this sharing of knowledge is crucial to assist other cities who seek similar changes as well. And lastly, one key word that stood out in all the presentations is that it's partnerships. And to best utilize digital inclusiveness, I feel that this is the starting point for any city to work together to empower themselves for a complete digital transformation. Thank you.
Thank you so much for Mr. Hirata. I think he nicely sums up all the presentations today. And then he got the final key message for us. So we got to work together as a partners and everything. Okay, since we don't have much time, as far as I know, I think the organizer of the Seoul Metropolitan Government, they come up with a list of questions, issues for our panel discussion. But I will take the liberty, since we don't have much time as a chairperson, I will just throw one question to our panelists, which is, if you have any ideas what Seoul's role might be in making cities around the world more resilient and inclusive, please share your ideas and opinions on this question. Lauren, can I start with you?
Of course, I think I am a good candidate for that question. I think that what Seoul has already started to do is a very, very strong step, and that is to open its own resilience story and to speak about that openly. When we work together with Seoul Metropolitan Government and so many universities and private sector partners in Seoul to develop the resilience plan, what was very clear was that there was a need and a desire to talk about the big resilience challenges in Seoul: demographic change, aging infrastructure, equity, safety, in particular for vulnerable communities, the aging, for women. And so talking openly about these resilience challenges and looking at how we address them holistically is that role of resilient cities. And I think that Seoul has now become a real beacon in not just publicizing its own resilience journey, but bringing cities like those on the panel today throughout the day to talk about their own resilience journeys and give those examples, and to now attract.
I like the concept of your holistic resilience. So perhaps the Seoul Metropolitan City could start with that concept, working together with other partners and in every aspect of our society. Not only just technical aspect, we could also work with the societal and economical aspects as well. Sanjay, you there, yeah? So could you share your insight with us?
Yes, I think, of course, Seoul has been doing a lot of efforts to share their experience of resilience. But one very concrete thing which Seoul has done in the past, and I hope it will continue in the future, is the city-to-city exchange. Because as they say, seeing is believing, and bringing cities from all over the world to Seoul so that they can actually see the applications and how Seoul has tried to bring services through digital means, and also to improve digital inclusiveness and access to all services through these means would be very valuable. And I know because of COVID, maybe right now it is not possible, but it will be again definitely restarted, I'm sure, in the future. But I would say upscale in a bigger way. But till the city-to-city exchange is not possible physically, I would suggest also do it virtually. So identify certain cities in the developing countries and forge a relationship with them where you can have this dialogue online and virtually, and share the experiences and the innovations. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Seoul Metropolitan City needs to play as a hub to bring all those cities together, what we could call resilient city network in the world. Okay, Mr. Fernandez, do you have any idea that Seoul City's role in order to sort of achieve more resilient cities and inclusive city in the world? Mr. Fernandez, you there? Maybe he can't hear me. Mr. Hirata? Yeah, do you have any idea, or can you care to share?
Yeah, I think as both Sanjay and Lauren has also mentioned, this leadership that Seoul is playing to bring together all the cities is an extremely important commitment. And to continue this kind of platform to bring in, not only cities from Asia, but also from different parts of the world, big cities, small cities, and to exchange ideas is a critical step in forming city-to-city cooperation as well. So I really hope that Seoul will continue this commitment and share its initiatives further as well.
Okay, since we don't have much time, we must just stop here. I would like to thank again our speakers for your valuable contribution to this session. I also would like to extend my great appreciation to the audience online. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Bye-bye. Take care. Stay safe. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
네, 이것으로 2021 서울 국제 도시 회복력 포럼 그 두 번째 세션을 모두 마치도록 하겠습니다. 참여해주신 모든 발표자 여러분, 좌장님 그리고 시청자 여러분들께 감사의 말씀드리면서 저희는 약 한 40분 후에 한국 시간 기준으로 4시 오후 4시에 세션 3로 찾아뵙도록 하겠습니다. And that concludes session 2. We'll be back in 4 in Korea time, back with session 3. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you. 네, 여러분 안녕하십니까? 2021 서울 국제 도시 회복력 포럼 코로나 이후 새로운 일상과 도시의 회복력이라는 주제로 함께 하고 있습니다. 올해 포럼은 코로나 상황이 지속되고 있는 만큼 온라인 송출 방식으로 개최가 되고 있습니다. Now, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the International Urban Resilience Forum Seoul 2021, which is held under the theme The New Normal, Building Resilience in the Urban Post-COVID-19. Now, we would like to inform you that today's forum is being streamed online due to COVID-19. 네, 그럼 지금부터 마지막 세션을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 이번 세 번째 세션에서는 재난의 일상화에 대비한 도시의 역할이라는 주제로 함께하고 있는데요. 세계 도시 대표들이 모여서 재난 위기에 대응하여 회복력을 위한 도시들의 역할 또 노력을 함께 소개하고 또 도시가 재난에 대비하여 자생력을 갖추고 또 성장에 나아갈 수 있는 방안에 대해서 함께 논의하는 시간 갖도록 하겠습니다. And now we'll proceed on to the last session of today's forum. Now, the theme for session 3 is cities actions against everyday disaster risks. Now, here in this session, we'll be exploring the roles of cities faced with global disaster risks and crisis and suggest directions for reducing disaster risks in the new normal. 네, 준비된 영상이 있는데요. 먼저 감상하시고 각 도시 대표 여러분들을 만나보도록 하겠습니다. After viewing a short clip of today's session, we'll be meeting our city representatives.
Cities' actions against everyday disaster risks, natural and social disasters. From the dawn of humanity, disasters have been an integral part of our existence. Disasters recorded in human history left in their wake tragedy and death, leaving a mark of fear in the collective memory. We are also exposed to fires, collapsing buildings, fine dust, and many other daily hazards. Following the explosive urbanization and increasingly complex structure of society, the intensity and scope of impact of disasters are increasing. How are we supposed to face disasters that we don't even expect? The most important thing when preparing for a disaster is to tear down or reinforce the weakest elements and reduce the risks of the disaster. These can only be done through universal cooperation. Starting with the Foresight Report, significant international efforts are being made. 190 countries have signed the UNDRR, Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction. The role of the city as the center of innovation is now more important than ever. A resilient city is crucial for disaster recovery.
네, 이제 소중한 시간에 함께 자리해 주신 발표자 여러분들을 소개해 올리도록 하겠습니다. And now I would like to introduce you to our speakers for this session. 네, 온라인에 접속해 계신 해외 연사 여러분들을 소개해 올릴 텐데요. 호명되신 분들께서는 간단히 손을 흔들어 인사 부탁드리겠습니다. Please allow me to introduce our speakers from overseas who are joining us online. As I call upon each names, please greet us by waving your hands. 네, 먼저 쿠알라룸푸르 다툭 세리마하디 칭아 시장님이십니다. Please welcome Mayor 다툭 세리마하디 칭아 of Kuala Lumpur. Welcome. 네, 계속해서 마카티 말렌 아비겔 비나이 시장님이십니다. Please welcome Mayor Marlen Abigail Binay of Makati. Thank you for your participation. Welcome. 네, 다음은 로마 루카 몬트리니 부시장님이십니다. Please welcome Deputy Mayor Luca Montrini of Rome. Thank you so much for your participation as well. Greetings. 네, 다음은 텔아비브 루벤 라디안스크 부시장님이십니다. Please welcome Deputy Mayor Ruven Aladiansk of Tel Aviv Apol. Welcome. Thank you. 네, 다음은 블라디보스토크 디미트리 시비텔로 부시장님이십니다. Please welcome Deputy Mayor Dimitri Sibitello of Vladivostok. Thank you so much for your participation. 네, 다음은 스튜디오에 함께 계신 두 분을 소개해 올려드리도록 하겠습니다. And now we'll move on to our guest here in the studio. 네, 먼저 서울시 류훈 행정 2 부시장님 함께하고 계십니다. We have Vice Mayor Ryu Hoon of Seoul. Welcome. Thank you for your participants. 네, 다음은 세션의 좌장으로 시티넷 임근영 대표님께서 함께하고 계십니다. And last but not least, our moderator for the session, please welcome Chief Executive Officer Im Geun-hyung of Citynet here at the studio. Welcome and thank you so much. 네, 그럼 임근영 대표님 앞으로 세션 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. I will now hand over the microphone to our moderator.
Well, thank you, Ms. Park, for your kind introduction. Hello, I am Im Geun-hyung of Citynet. It is good to see you again. Well, at this time last year, we expected the coronavirus pandemic to end in this year, but it still lingers around us. COVID-19 has reminded us that the entire world has entered a new era when disaster risks and crises have become part of our daily lives. So in Session 3, we will talk about the role of the city in preparing disaster safety norms and how cities are responding to disasters with the city representatives attending via Zoom and who prepared the videos due to the time difference. Well, if time permits, there will be a panel discussion after all presentations are made. I would like to ask each presenter to speak for about 7 to 10 minutes, and I ask participants to make a note of any question or comment during presentations so that they can be addressed during the panel discussion. Well, having said that, I would like to begin by introducing our first presenter. Our first presenter is Mr. Ryu Hoon, Vice Mayor of Seoul. So, please.
반갑습니다.
Nice to meet you, everyone.
서울 국제도시 회복력 포럼에
I would like to first start by thanking all the mayors from overseas who are taking part in this 2021 International Urban Resilience Forum. I am Ryu Hoon, second vice mayor for administrative affairs of the Seoul Metropolitan Government. It's an honor to share with many city mayors the case of Seoul's resilience. It's a pity that we are meeting virtually today due to COVID-19. I hope that the situation will get better soon so that we can meet in person and exchange in person as soon as possible. Today, I will present the attempts made by the Seoul Metropolitan Government and the smart construction technology that the city of Seoul is promoting to improve infrastructure resilience. This is the content of my presentation. First, I will introduce a smart construction system aimed at building resilient infrastructure and explain the use cases of smart technology in the design, construction, and maintenance of construction projects, and also share our plan for transition to a smart construction system in the future. Urban infrastructure has the life cycle of planning, design, construction, operation, and maintenance. Over time, the physical, environmental, and social risks to infrastructure increase. Due to climate change, natural disasters, and changes in the social environment, facilities age. For safety, infrastructure must be resilient. The Seoul city government is therefore utilizing smart construction technology to build a resilient and sustainable infrastructure.
스마트 건설 기술이란 설계,
Smart construction technology refers to cutting-edge technologies used in the construction process of design, construction, maintenance, and safety management, such as BIM, building information modeling technology, drones, robotics, IoT, VR, and other Fourth Industrial Revolution technologies. By converging these Fourth Industrial Revolution technologies, we can digitalize and automate the construction process, which enhances construction productivity and safety. In addition, it is possible to manage the entire process of construction from planning, construction to maintenance in an integrated way on a single platform and perform constant monitoring so that the lifespan of the infrastructure can be extended. The Seoul Metropolitan government strives to introduce smart construction technologies through various efforts. At the design phase, we use digital twins to use topographical information to build a three-dimensional model. Using the model built, we are piloting a technology to analyze the surrounding noise and structure of the construction sites. By year 2025, we aim to implement building information modeling, or BIM, for design fully so that we can increase the utilization of design automation technologies. In the construction stage, construction automation, modular construction, AI-based safety management, and other technologies will be incorporated into the digital twins. Assembling the modules produced in the factory on site, we are minimizing the construction period and increasing stability. Using drones, laser scans, and burial maps, we are building three-dimensional information models based on which we are trying to automate the operation of construction equipment. We are also using various technologies to enhance safety at construction sites. These technologies include a remote risk management system that cautions workers of the danger when heavy equipment approaches near, and an automatic detection function to check the helmet wearing status of workers, and a real-time location identification of workers in the construction site, and other technologies for recognizing and predicting danger. Currently, Seoul is linking 4 different systems together for construction management. With the construction data management system at the center, the data from 4 different systems, including construction alimi system, direct payment system, and electronic approval system, are all integrated. By sharing information such as current work status, work history, construction status, progress rate, and others, we are addressing various administrative problems occurring at the construction site. One PMIS, or One Project Management Information System, is an integrated system to manage construction data. It's used to share information between different stakeholders and manages information about the process, safety, and various other reports. In connection with the electronic approval system, the system also has the function to manage the wage and insurance of construction workers. In recognition of its excellence, One PMIS was awarded the UN Public Administration Award in 2013 and became the winner of the grand prize of the public sector at the 2016 World Information Technology Olympics. The construction alimi system is designed to share construction information with citizens on a real-time basis. Using the information shared from the One PMIS system, information such as construction site locations, project plans, construction progress rates, and other important information about construction sites are disclosed to the public real-time, so that citizens can be aware of the constructions going on in their neighborhood. Through this system, citizens can also submit their construction-related complaints. The electronic approval system is a system to use electronic cards to identify the number of workers on site and to manage their records of working. The system is linked with one PMIS and the direct payment system, and it manages not only wage payments but also deductions for retirement income to improve workers' convenience and prevent late payments and false reports. The direct payment system is a system that solves various problems such as arrears in wages by making the client directly pay the fees directly to subcontractors and workers. The information for payment is shared by one PMIS and the electronic approval system. In the facility maintenance stage, in order to increase efficiency, we need to go beyond the limits of the existing manpower-centered or human-centered and document-centered management. In large cities like Seoul, with rapid development and expansion, the number of facilities requiring maintenance has increased rapidly. So there are limitations to managing all of these facilities by manpower. Therefore, we are trying to overcome this challenge by using advanced technologies such as sensors, drones, video equipment, and wireless communication technologies through a three-dimensional information model of the digital twin. In 2020, the Seoul Metropolitan Government has digitized the maintenance data of 18 types of urban infrastructure, including roads, water supply, sewerage, communal districts, heat pipes, and others. Not only this, we are promoting the construction of a bridge maintenance system using smart technology as a pilot project by 2025. We aim to expand a smart maintenance system to all urban infrastructure by 2030.
서울시는 2020년에
In 2020, the Seoul Metropolitan Government has digitalized the maintenance data of 18 types of urban infrastructure, including roads, water supply system and sewerage, and heat pipes and others. And not only this, we are promoting the construction of a bridge maintenance system using smart technology as a pilot project by 2025, and we aim to build a smart maintenance system for all urban infrastructure by 2030. By building a smart construction system encompassing design, construction, and maintenance stages in this way, we want to transition to a complete smart construction system by 2030. To this end, it is necessary to establish a smart construction management system by linking the existing construction management system with Seoul City's digital twin platform, Virtual Seoul. The Seoul Metropolitan Government will not only plan for and build new infrastructure, but also disclose the entire process to our citizens and listen to their opinions. We also plan to unify the maintenance system by sharing all information. Through the smart construction technologies described so far, we will solve problems that could not be solved in the past, and detect early on and respond to these disaster risk factors so that all Seoul citizens can enjoy the benefits of a smart construction city. Smart construction technology has become an unavoidable trend of the time. I hope that it can take another step forward through this forum. I would like to end on that note. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Vice Minister Ryu, for your very detailed and technical presentations. I think that Vice Minister Ryu tried to explain Seoul's efforts to solve the problem of aging infrastructure to make Seoul's infrastructure more resilient. In particular, he draws our attention to Seoul's smart construction technology scheme. I hope that this new and innovative approach will bear a very good fruit so that its know-how and technologies can be widely shared with other cities. Thank you, Mayor Liu. Well, next I would like to introduce our next speaker, Rosie Senanayake, Mayor of Colombo. How are you, Mayor? Are you there?
I am here. I hope you
Okay,
can
how
hear
are
me.
you?
I'm fine. Thank you very much. Thank you.
It's nice to see you again at this forum.
Nice to see you too. Nice to see everyone.
Okay.
The eminent panel of.
It's your turn. The floor is
Okay,
yours.
thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm extremely pleased to be part of the International Urban Resilience Forum. Thank you for inviting me again to share the experience of Colombo in disaster preparation. The main frequent disasters that Sri Lanka or Colombo is faced is the monsoon-driven flooding and the landslides that take a heavy toll on life and property. And of course, there is the ongoing impact of air pollution, ocean pollution, and freshwater pollution from industries, motor vehicles, and energy generation, and the ignorance and poor habits of the people. In the city of Colombo, which has over 500,000 residents and a daily floating population of over 1 million, a big challenges are severe flooding of certain low-lying areas during the monsoons, air pollution and waterway pollution from poorly disposed garbage. Also, as in the city, the risk of damage from fire is always prevalent if not carefully managed, especially due to many densely populated housing in certain areas. Another, I would say, significant effect of the dense population is the risk of diseases spreading rapidly, not just in large epidemics and pandemics, but also on an annual basis due to the regular flooding of low-lying areas. As time is limited, I'll touch on the example of how we address and prepare to face such challenges. Obviously, the COVID-19 pandemic is very relevant, is a very relevant topic to Colombo and Sri Lanka, as it is to all of you around the world. But the topic guidelines sent to me requested that I talk about an example in Colombo related to frequent disaster. So therefore, I will use the example of flooding. This is a frequent, if you will, more of a chronic problem for Colombo. Flooding is a huge challenge we have to contend with at least once, sometimes twice a year. Reasons for the flooding are largely due to the many waterways and indeed sewer systems being obstructed by improperly disposed water waste, a large part of which is disused plastic bottles, etc. We have taken a multi-pronged approach to this. It has to be a holistic solution to succeed. For the longer term, we have several approaches. For the very long term, we are in the process of increasing the capacity of our legacy pumping stations, some over 100 years old, and of our sewer systems to handle a larger load. This has been long overdue and will go a long way in helping ease the problem. Relocation of people living in dangerous areas is another long-term approach attempted. However, despite the dangers, there is a lot of resistance to this due to entrenched nature of the communities. Landscaping is a more natural-oriented approach we also use. Almost all the roundabouts within the city and many of the center islands and triangles are landscaped with plants and grass to improve ground absorption of rainwater. We have constructed a large lake in the Vihara Mahadevi Park to collect rainwater. Vihara Mahadevi is a large park in the heart of the city. Its ground level is maintained at a lower level than the surrounding road network, so that during heavy rain, the park acts as a pond to collect, store and transfer rainwater to the main stormwater drainage system. The shorter term, more immediate solution includes allocating increased resources during times of high threat to take preventive measures and remind people of the immediate threat and measures they should take. We also call in added support from outside sources such as the help we get from the Navy to help clear sewer blockages in the waste, in the waterways. And of course, we can't entirely prevent the flooding yet. We gear ourselves to help the affected people by providing temporary shelter accommodation, dry ration, and sanitary sanitization, and helping with repairing damages sustained to properties during the flooding. In terms of challenges faced in these efforts, funds are one of the main constraints, as I'm sure many will agree. We use a mix of our own funds, donor support, and work in partnership with the corporates to generate funding for these initiatives. Another important challenge is changing people's mindset. I think that is one of the most important areas that we are working on right now, trying to change mindsets of people and, trying to eradicate bad habits, poor habits, making them understand how their careless actions impact the city and themselves directly. So it's not an easy task actually doing these changing mindsets of people. It is a continuous challenge and it's a challenging process. And I look forward to hearing from others, their experiences. Thank you once again for inviting me to be a panelist and to speak to you about the experiences that we go through during disaster. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor of Colombo. I see that we are experiencing some technical difficulties. So I request our viewers to understand better internet connections from time to time. Next, we will go to Hoboken. The presenter is Ravinder Balla, Mayor of Hoboken. Well, due to time differences, he is not able to join us online. So instead, we will watch his presentation through videos.
Hello, my name is Ravi Balla, and I'm the mayor of Hoboken, New Jersey. I want to thank the International Forum on Resilience and their conference for 2021 and the honor of speaking to you all at this conference about resiliency and how we can combat the effects of climate change through projects that sustain our planet and the people who inhabit it for generations to come. Here in Hoboken, we are a 1 square mile city. We are about 60,000 people in population. So we are actually the 4th most densely populated city in the United States. We also are a city that was once, decades ago, an island. Through historic infill, Hoboken eventually became a square mile, but a city that is largely below sea level, which makes us vulnerable to impacts of climate change, including but not limited to flooding events and severe flooding events. The project I'd like to present to you today is called Rebuild by Design. And Rebuild by Design is a $230 million federally funded project with the assistance of the federal government in the United States. The purpose of Rebuild by Design is really to break that cycle of destruction and rebuilding and destruction and rebuilding that we see whenever there's a natural disaster. So what I'd like to do today is really give you some basic facts and a basic outline of this resiliency project with the hopes that it's a project that can be created in Hoboken, but also replicated in other parts of the United States and the world for the purpose of, again, breaking that cycle of rebuilding and destruction and creating a more resilient, sustainable community that can really withstand the impacts of climate change. Again, a direct reaction to Superstorm Sandy. This was 2012 when that natural disaster hit the shores of Hoboken. We had literally 1 million gallons of water flow into the city from the north and the south, filling up the city. About 80% of the city was underwater, almost like a bathtub, filling up a bathtub, like a bathtub from the north and the south, and had a huge impact because of really what I would say is a perfect storm. High tide, a strong coastal surge, a full moon, all converging at the same time, and really vulnerability in the north and south portions of Hoboken, and that coastal surge putting the city underwater. So as a direct result of that, the city of Hoboken looked for ways to, going to the Dutch, going to the Netherlands, that we can create a city that can withstand the growing impacts of climate change. And out of that came this project that we're currently in the construction phase right now, called Rebuild by Design. It contains 4 components: resist, delay, store, and discharge. The primary component is resist, which means resist from coastal flooding, from that storm surge that really swept the city underwater. And typically the way that's done is through seawalls or large, not very aesthetically pleasing structures that would contain the water from entering inland if there is a storm surge. What Rebuild by Design actually does, and what makes it very special and innovative, is that it takes out the seawalls as an aesthetic feature and integrates the element of design to make sure that we have that protection, that resist component of barriers, flood protection barriers, but ones that are not counterintuitive to the urban landscape of Hoboken. So, for example, creating a berm that would be beneath a park that people can use, and that berm would act as a resist structure. You wouldn't even see it or notice it or know it even exists, but it would serve the purpose of withstanding the impacts of a large scale coastal event. Park benches, other forms of design that can be seamlessly integrated into the urban landscape in a way that is aesthetically pleasing and mitigates the impacts of coastal flooding and climate change. The other elements, delay, store, discharge, really have to deal with the impacts of what's often called in the United States nuisance flooding or chronic flooding, the really heavy downpours, most recently with Hurricane Ida, which was a very, very difficult event for the city and its residents. And the way we're combating through RBD, Rebuild by Design, the chronic flooding is by building resiliency parks, really using parks and open space as a defense against flooding. So what does that mean? That really means taking an open space and making sure that we build a park, but beneath that park, we have an underground water detention tank that can store water, so that it doesn't stay above ground creating flooding, but comes subsurface, can be treated, and then it can be discharged into the river in a safe and environmentally sound manner. So those resiliency parks in Hoboken began with the Southwest Park, then another park that's sort of Midwest, and then the final park right now in the Northwest Park portion of Hoboken, when it's completed, will be able to hold about 1 million gallons of water in any heavy rain event. And really the purpose of that is to address the impacts of chronic flooding and making sure that that water doesn't flood our homes, flood the streets, flood anything above the surface, but really has a place to go subsurface underneath these parks, and then be treated before being discharged to the Hudson River. So this is a model that we've created. We believe it's a national model and an international model that we hope can be replicated, and that can be of use to cities and states across the world once it's completed. Currently, we're in the construction phase of this project. We anticipate it'll be completed by about 2024 to 2025. And really, it's meant to ensure that Hoboken can be a resilient city that can withstand the impacts of climate change for generations to come. There was an article in a prominent newspaper that said that Hoboken, New Jersey, was on the list of one of the top 10 cities in the United States that in 50 years will be underwater. And the whole purpose of Rebuild by Design is to take us off that list. That's obviously a list that we don't want to be on. And Rebuild by Design is directly intended to make sure that we can withstand the impacts of climate change for generations to come. And I hope this presentation has been helpful to you. We have additional materials, a video flyover that I'd encourage you to review, to sort of conceptualize this project. But it's hopefully a project that will add value to the participants of the Seoul conference this year. And again, I just want to extend my deep gratitude for the honor of having the opportunity to say a few words to you about this project that we're all very excited about here in the city of Hoboken. Thank you so much. Greetings to all of the participants, and please continue the great work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Bala, for your excellent presentation on your city's big project, which is called Rebuild by Design. I hope that the ongoing project will be completed as scheduled by 2024 to 25. That's making Hoboken more resilient city in fighting against climate impact. Well, next we will go to Kuala Lumpur. Mayor Datuk Seri Madi Chingha. I'm calling you. Mr. Mayor, are you there?
Mr. Im, I'm here. You hear me, Mr. Im?
Yes. Mr. Mayor, how are you?
Fine. How long we have not seen each other for some time.
Okay. Are you ready? The floor is yours
I'm ready,
then.
yes, I'm ready.
Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Im, the moderator, for the kind introduction. Honorable mayors, fellow speakers, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to one and all. From Kuala Lumpur, I would like to extend my appreciation to our host, Seoul Metropolitan Government, and the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction. Ladies and gentlemen, like many of your fair cities, Malaysia's capital, Kuala Lumpur, has also felt the full brunt of the COVID-19 pandemic. As we gradually recover from the pandemic's impact, taking steps to ensure that Kuala Lumpur remains dynamic, sustainable, resilient, as well as accessible for all is now more vital than ever, particularly given the city's role as the nation's economic and cultural hub. We must be an example of resilience and growth. As Kuala Lumpur prepares to step into a post-COVID-19 era, we at Kuala Lumpur City Hall have kicked off various dedicated efforts to build resilience and minimize risks. Among our various initiatives include our collaboration with the Fire and Rescue Department and Alam Flora. Kuala Lumpur City Hall sanitized community hotspots such as public housing areas, schools, government offices, markets, and places of worship. We understand the importance of inculcating a culture of cleanliness and hygiene at the grassroots level for sustained impact. This is why we are promoting citizen participation by providing sanitation equipment and training to the Public Housing Residents Association that are required to sanitize their compounds 3 times a week. With these initiatives, we are able to make both public spaces and homes safer for KLites by cutting the risk of COVID-19 transmissions. Prevention, after all, is always better than cure. In tandem, we also focus on accelerating the vaccination rate of KLites. Through our collaboration with the Federal Territories Ministry, Health Ministry, and Federal Territories Foundation, a mobile vaccination campaign took place between June and August this year. The mobile vaccination centers were set up in 65 public housing areas and wholesale market throughout Kuala Lumpur. Over 168,000 Kuala Lumpur residents were vaccinated, most of whom were senior citizens and citizens with disabilities. We are pleased to note that to date, Kuala Lumpur has vaccinated 79.9% of its population. On top of that, and very importantly, we are now seeing a reduced number of daily cases and fatalities. Today, Kuala Lumpur has entered phase 2 of Malaysia's National Recovery Plan. Under this phase, restrictions on movement in the city have been lifted. Kuala Lumpur could not be where it is without our engines of growth, businesses. More business sectors are now allowed to operate, and community activities have been revived. Most recently, we have allowed the reopening of night markets in Kuala Lumpur. While this is indeed cause for celebration, we are cognizant that managing disaster risk goes beyond the ability to bounce back. We must work towards reducing existing and emerging risks, including the resurgence of COVID-19. To this end, we are committed to ensuring that KLites and visitors to Kuala Lumpur continue to comply with standard operating procedures as part of the new normal, which is here to stay. Ladies and gentlemen, indeed, a society that is inclusive and cohesive would drive resilience. With that in mind, it is vital that we address the needs of every segment of society as we navigate the many challenges of COVID-19. In doing this, we must ensure that no one is left behind. In addition to our mobile vaccination program, we are also serving the vulnerable by converting community halls into temporary shelters for the homeless members of our society. The homeless are well taken care of with general health treatments, vaccinations, and daily meals provided through a centralized food bank. Beyond one of aid, we are empowering the homeless through the organization of classes at the shelters that provide them with the opportunity to learn new skills such as urban farming. Ladies and gentlemen, part and parcel of building a city's resilience is ensuring the well-being of its citizens. This is particularly relevant in light of COVID-19's hard-hitting impact on the global economy. Airlines have been particularly affected with the shutdown of the tourism and construction industries for extended periods of time. This has certainly resulted in loss of income and employment for many, particularly in Kuala Lumpur. Appreciating the hardships faced by business communities, Kuala Lumpur City Hall has provided various concessions from fee reductions to affected developers to waiver of monthly rental fees for all Kuala Lumpur City Hall public housing residents and hawkers center tenants for a period of 12 months. We have also eased the process of doing business for small traders by widening free trade zones in the city under the Air Cares initiative. Under this initiative, traders can apply for business licenses online and obtain approval within 3 days. Ultimately, these initiatives allow us to relieve the financial load of low-income groups while providing them with better access to healthcare and daily necessities during the pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, due to the pandemic and the resulting movement restrictions, digitalization has taken a great leap forward, be it in terms of the way we communicate, work, or access services. For many, this has meant a shift towards virtual meetings, engagements, seminars, and business transactions. Evidently, this new norm is now our way of living. Kuala Lumpur City Hall is most certainly ready to embrace this trend and support the sustainable growth of local infrastructure and facilities, as well as businesses in adapting to the post-COVID-19 world. In line with this, we have provided dedicated parking spots for e-hailing services, which will help businesses on the go while ensuring the protection of KLIs. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, cities must be more creative and innovative in sourcing new solutions to build resilience and reduce disaster risk in the new normal. Once again, thank you to the Seoul Metropolitan Government and the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction for providing us with this excellent opportunity. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Mahdi, for your excellent explanation on COVID-19 situation in Kuala Lumpur and various efficient measures taken by your own cities to manage the situation? Well, next we will go to Makati, Philippines. Mayor Marlene Abigail Binay, are you there? Mayor? Hi, how are you, Mayor?
I'm missing Seoul. Last time I was there was 2 years ago, exactly 2 years ago.
Okay, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my honor and privilege to share Makati City's initiatives and plans relevant to this session's topic, which focuses on cities' actions against everyday disaster risks. The COVID-19 pandemic continues to cripple economies and wreak havoc on humanity around the world. Conversely, however, it has accelerated the digital transformation of cities, aiming for sustainable and inclusive progress. And Makati is one of them. The disruptive impact of the pandemic on all facets of development has practically forced local leaders to adopt an innovative mindset and respond to the new challenges and realities with flexibility and agility. The same is true for the people we serve. Makati's digital transformation was off to a slow start a few years back when we launched IT-driven initiatives funded by industry leaders. Even with these in place, a number of our constituents remained indifferent, perhaps because they were comfortable with their old ways. When the pandemic struck, those who readily participated in our digital initiatives were the first to reap the benefits. Now thousands are beating at our doors to register for the Makati Zen Card program, realizing belatedly its limitless and even life-saving benefits. The pandemic has taught us the hard way that everyone, regardless of our roles and standing in society, must be in a constant stage of preparedness. This means not ignoring the increasingly catastrophic effects of climate change, even as we struggle with the pandemic. Makati got a head start on building resilient communities because of strategic investments and joint ventures with the private sector before the global health crisis. It gave us enough leverage to craft our COVID-19 recovery plan and mainstream the recovery strategies and priorities it contains into our DRRM plan and city development plan. Our recovery plan tackles 3 phases: continuity, transition, and sustainable recovery. It covers 6 sectors we have identified as crucial to building resilience and attaining sustainable development. Our priorities under emergency health support include a city-based program on research and development for disease outbreaks and health emergencies. This may soon be realized with the imminent completion of our new hospital in the city's first district through a joint venture agreement. Besides a well-equipped cancer center and other units offering specialized healthcare, we are now looking at putting up our own center for epidemiology research and management in the new hospital. With the ongoing construction of our legacy project, the Makati Subway, we expect to achieve recovery strategies for mobility and transportation, including on-demand mass transit solutions with strict safety standards. The PPP-led initiative is expected to connect key areas in the city, provide jobs to around 10,000 people, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions and improve air quality. To promote socioeconomic well-being, we have put in place green and digital stimulus packages for micro to medium-sized enterprises. We also continue to educate them and facilitate their access to risk financing instruments while looking at recovery grants and tax reliefs. For the education sector, we are actively collaborating with the Department of Education for the development of future-proof learning systems, tools, and facilities that will allow learners and educators optimal use of available technologies while remaining safe during a crisis. On governance, we are ensuring public service continuity through partnerships with institutions like the Philippine Disaster Resilience Foundation, which has shared its technical expertise since 2019 and until now, as we update our public service continuity plan to meet the evolving challenges of the new normal. By intensifying our involvement with international development agencies advocating climate change mitigation and adaptation as key factors of resilience and sustainability, we have become more capable of making transformative innovations in public service delivery and governance. My fellow leaders, Local governments have long been recognized as engines of growth. Our recovery, therefore, has a direct impact on national economy recovery. But as we know, not all localities are created equal. While highly urbanized cities like Makati have substantial revenues at their disposal, a larger number of lower-class cities and municipalities face an uphill battle. The pandemic has nearly depleted the resources such that they could barely provide basic services. On their own, it would be impossible to pursue resilience building programs. Local governments, therefore, need to explore ways to enhance partnerships with the private sector, the academe, national government agencies, and international organizations promoting resilience and sustainability. This will open up growth opportunities and much needed access to risk financing, knowledge and technology transfer, to name a multitude of advantages. I encourage fellow local leaders to shift from traditional to transformative leadership, to face up to the growing demand for solutions that are practical, actionable, and sustainable. We need to realign our focus, redesign our development plans, and shift to agile, adaptive, and proactive governance to make better decisions for our people. Our experience in Makati has shown the wisdom of building the trust between the leadership and the community through multi-stakeholder engagement and social inclusivity. Through collective action and actionable plans, we can build resilient communities, which are the building blocks of resilient nations. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope that the city of Makati will continue to be prosperous under your active leadership. Well, so far, we have met half the city's representatives participating in the 2021 Seoul International Urban Resilience Forum, Session 3. The stories all of you have shared are very insightful and interesting. And I myself am very deeply immersed in them. Okay, then next we will have a presentation from Tashkent. This time, Deputy Mayor Sharov Rakhmanov. So are you ready, Mr. Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, hello everyone. Hello, Mr. Gyeong-hyun Kim.
Yes. Okay, please go ahead.
Well?
Yes.
All right. Okay. Thank you, dear colleagues. On behalf of myself and the Tashkent City Administration, allow me to express my deep respect to all of you and my sincere gratitude for your initiatives and assistance in organizing today's forum. Undoubtedly, the most important factor in the activities of daily living of any city is a human being. And along with his health, a healthy environment around him is also very important. Accordingly, creating and improving conditions for a healthy lifestyle has become a serious and important task of our time. Sustainable development is an important factor for developing cities. In particular, the full functioning of life in the city is also important. First and foremost, for the safety of citizens. Dear forum participants, 2020 has been a difficult and testing year. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the pace of gradual sustainable development of cities and regions has sharply decreased. Projects in the fields of urban planning, urbanization, international cooperation, services and foreign trade, education, and cultural and humanitarian spheres, cooperation programs were forced to go online. However, even in such complex environment, there are some positive indicators, including the several false growth of e-trade, e-commerce, and telemedicine became to develop on a large scale. In the Republic of Uzbekistan, particularly in the Tashkent city, the achievements of sustainable development goals by 2030 is carried out in accordance with the principle of no one is left behind. During the complex fight against COVID-19, 15,000 treatment facilities have been set up in Tashkent for a population of more than 3 million people. A single emergency service for the prevention and treatment of coronavirus under the emergency service has been established. More than 300 mobile teams are working 24/7 to cover the population of our city. These teams have all the necessary medication and the equipment to fight the coronavirus, including portable LAV devices and equipped with the oxygen cylinders. Global experience shows that the only and the most appropriate way to overcome the pandemic is the vaccination. As a result of proper placement of vaccination points, coverage of a wide range of population in a short period of time, more than 1 million people in Tashkent have been fully vaccinated, which is more than 40% of our total population. In order to increase the pace of socio-economic growth in Tashkent, a program of gradual restoration of economic indicators in 7 sustainable areas is being implemented. First one is business financing and financial and credit issues. Reducing the tax burden on business, land and real estate relations, solving infrastructure issues, support of exporting enterprises, transportation and logistics. Today, about more than 122,000 small business and individual enterprises operate in our capital. Most important, these changes are not in dry numbers, but in significant changes in the daily lives of our population. In order to expand the range of convenience and opportunities in Tashkent, a comprehensive program of Digital Tashkent is being implemented. The program is aimed at digitizing urban services, building a modern urban infrastructure, making it easier for the population to use public utilities. Today, the program covers more than 30 information systems and resources in the field of medicine, education, infrastructure, and many others. We have identified the most ambitious task for the 5 years in terms of digital transformation. First, in the field of health, the introduction of single medical card, health insurance, e-clinic, and many others. Second, on online monitoring system for children's travel and health, as well as billing system for online payments will be introduced in preschools. Third, a single information system for utility bills will be developed. Fourth one, Tashkent will launch a geographic information analytical system which will allow for accurate and systematic management of services enterprises in our capital. The last one, in the field of transport, the activities of cities' mayors will be fully digitized and online monitoring system will be introduced. It should also be noted that work in underway transportation system in Tashkent also will be introduced by new networks and fully cover our Tashkent. Dear forum participants, today's event has become a very useful platform for all of us to share our experience. I once again express my sincere gratitude to all participants and our friends, organizers of today's forum. We are always ready to mutual beneficial cooperation. And thank you once more for today's event and inviting us as a participants. Thank you, Mr. Lim.
Thank you for your kind explanation, Mr. Deputy Mayor, for your explanation on various measures taken to manage the COVID-19 situation in your own city. I hope that all these measures will produce expected result. Next, we'll go to Athens. The presenter is Vassilios Poibos Exiotis, Vice Mayor of Athens. So we will.
Hello, everybody.
Yes.
Hello from Athens, this beautiful and sunny afternoon. Thank you once again for the opportunity to attend the International Urban Resilience Forum being held in Seoul through the help of the internet and the technology. My name is Vassilios Axiotis, and I'm the Vice Mayor for Urban and Building Infrastructure and City Planning of the city of Athens. We have prepared for you a very nice presentation, guideline, and highlighting our actions against the pandemic, against COVID-19, actions against everyday disaster risks. So without further ado, the resilience of the city of Athens dates back to 2014, when the city of Athens joined the global network of 100 resilient cities. Through research, consultation, several workshops, the Office of Resilience and Sustainability within the municipality was launched in 2016. The resilience strategy of Athens for 2030 was presented in June 2017 as the master plan for the city's resilience. 4 pillars, respective goals and actions had been forward for the resilience of the city. None, of course, included by that time protection for airborne diseases. If we look into the bibliography of urban resilience of the global north cities prior the COVID-19 era, there is no reflection on airborne diseases. When Athens made its resilience plan in 2017, airborne diseases were out of the question. In spring, though, 2020, we considered COVID-19 to be an acute shock. We had been happy, of course, with the efficient management of the disease within the first wave. Thus, we did the first lockdown, and by that time, in spring 2020, we held the number of deaths on a very low, very minimal level. With the spread, though, of the virus after that lockdown, its variants and the reluctancy of a part of the population to get vaccinated, this pandemic, unfortunately, tends to become a chronic stress in the city and, of course, around the world. Especially in the densely populated cities, airborne pandemics are historically greater threats for urban than rural populations. Urban resilience, thus, is a question of survival. The pandemic has been an economic and social shock for Athens. The Greek economy had just started being on the rise after almost a decade of extreme austerity. The necessary lockdowns for the prevention of the spread of the pandemic have been a huge stress on the cities and also on the national, of course, economy. Small businesses within the city have closed down. The touristic industry, one of the main incomes of the city, has been globally affected by the pandemic. All this had a direct effect on unemployment being on the rise, of course, throughout the city and the country. Of course, this has the extremely negative effect of social uncertainty. Anxiety levels have risen. A lot of incidents of domestic violence have been recorded, while during the last months, there is a rise of feminicide throughout the country. But every cloud has a silver lining. A lot of positive social side effects have also been observed, on which the municipality can build with the city's forces, for the city's resilience. During the lockdowns, the Athenians have rediscovered and embraced municipal open green spaces, many of which had been abandoned to illegal activities. You see, we Athenians, we love coffee. With coffees and restaurants closed, people socialize safely in open green spaces, rediscovering their neighborhoods, their actual neighborhoods. Apart from that, we noticed that many solidarity campaigns have been taking place from spring 2020 onwards, collecting and distributing foods to those in need. In winter 2021, the Greek Me Too campaign took place during the lockdown, paving the way for the Greek society for not tolerating anymore any kind of harassment. In addition to social positive side effects, environmental also side effects have been observed. The decrease of traffic has led to a cleaner air city, and a less noisy, of course, city. Air pollutants had lowered by approximately 50% during the spring 2020 lockdown. Private vehicle traffic is also a crucial factor of the quality of air in Athens. From all the above, we reached the conclusion that in order to build the resilience of Athens during the pandemic, we had to move in 4 axes. First, secure vulnerable members of the population from poverty and starvation. Number 2, assist small and medium enterprises to endure lockdown and to recover from this shock. Number 3, minimize unnecessary commuting and avoid the creation of crowded indoor spaces with the help of the digitalization of services. Number 4, reclaim public space for pedestrians and socialization. All these actions are, of course, in line with the 2030 Resilience Strategic Plan and have been accelerated so as to face the consequences of the pandemic and contribute to the protection against COVID-19. From the beginning of the pandemic, during the spring of 2020 lockdown, the municipality of Athens turned vacant buildings into residences for the homeless so that they can be accommodated in a safe and protective environment. Meals to those in poverty have been constantly provided on a daily basis by the municipality. The project Help at Home provides groceries, food, and staples to people isolated in their homes. With the rise of domestic violence and feminicides, a helpline for women victims of domestic violence has been created. The coordination center also of Athens for migrants and refugees offers help to these vulnerable population groups in many levels. Regarding number 2, during the lockdowns, municipal tax reductions has been offered to small and medium enterprises within the city. Funds have been secured so that SMEs can apply for their energy upgrade, protect Athens Business Green Toolkit. This action is also in line with the city's aim to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions to 0 by 2050. The digital platform, Athens is Back, that was inaugurated in May, assists the area-based collaboration of enterprises in Athens. There is also other projects designed to help enterprises in Athens recover from COVID-19 that will be announced shortly, such as Invest in Athens, Business Angels Network Greece, Athens Film Office, and many more. Many of the services that the municipality provides to citizens and enterprises regarding permits, certificates, etc., take place online right now. This had been one of the main aims of the 2030 Resilience Strategy for Athens, for improving the quality of life and simplify the necessary but not so pleasant bureaucratic interactions of citizens with the municipal services. Thanks to COVID-19, these actions have been accelerated in order to protect the populations from the spread of the virus, avoid us commuting in crowded indoor public spaces. The greening of the city has been also a crucial axis of 2030 Resilient Athens, as a vital measure for the mitigation of the city's heat island effect, focusing on green infrastructure. COVID-19 underpinned the social necessity of green public spaces designed for people to socialize and enjoy greenery and the greenery and of course the open space. For this reason, pedestrian pathways have been widened in some parts of the city so that people can commute on foot, being of course able to have safe distances. Pedestrian street complexes are about to be constructed so as to promote active mobility. Cycling paths have been created so that inhabitants can commute on bicycle for a healthier and of course safer in regards to the pandemic commuting mode, which also assists in maintaining the city's air quality at good levels. Lastly, squares have been regenerated, offering vital open spaces for people. Throughout the city, 7 municipal health clinics offer healthcare services to everybody, regardless of their social security status, of course, and free of charge. Rapid COVID-19 test centers have been set out throughout municipal buildings, free of charge again for everybody. The project of vaccination, lastly, at home was launched in August 2021. COVID-19 has accelerated the implementation of actions towards resilience and carried it further to the protection of the city from airborne diseases. The actions that have been crucial are in line with the existing plan. In some cases, they're moving even beyond, in line with the suggested measures by the World Health Organization for the protection of the population against COVID-19. Regarding the above, the following actions that have been taken are crucial for not spreading the disease. The digitalization of municipal services is crucial for avoiding necessary commuting in crowded indoor spaces. Public spaces are upgraded so as to host people for leisure, for commuting throughout active mobility, offering social distancing and protection from crowded indoor spaces. The most vulnerable groups of population are assisted, each group according to their needs. Either these are protection from homelessness, protection from hunger, protection from domestic violence. COVID-19 tests also and medical assistance are offered at the municipal level. Finally, a lot of projects have been launched and are expected to start so as to boost up the city's economy. We constantly observe the city, adapt and react in order to assure the resilience of the city of Athens. Once again, thank you very much, and bye-bye from this beautiful and sunny afternoon from Athens. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor, for your excellent presentation. Well, what impressed me most in his presentation is that the Vice Mayor tried to highlight, well, various positive sides of COVID-19 on Athens that might not have been made possible without COVID-19. That much. The case of Athens seems to give us hopes for progress and positive change after the COVID-19. Well, our next presenter is Vera Levina Sari, acting Deputy Governor of Jakarta. She joins us by video.
Peace be upon us. Good afternoon. The Honorable Mayor of Seoul, participants of International Urban Resilience Forum. On behalf of the Jakarta Capital City Government, I would like to convey my gratitude and appreciation for taking part in this Seoul Urban Resilience Forum through the pre-recorded video. Allow me to extend my apology for the absence of the Governor of Jakarta due to the prior engagement. On this occasion, let me share with you about Jakarta's fast responses on the COVID-19. And as you might be aware that in the beginning of the pandemic, we saw it as a disruption to our city and communities. The impacts are great and experienced by many sectors, cities in developed and developing countries. Against on this situation, Jakarta succeeded in bringing the curve of active cases back to below 10,000 in less than a month since the peak of the second wave in early July 2021. The second wave cases peaked at 120,000 active cases. Meanwhile, for the occupancy rate in the COVID-19 referral hospitals were at the peak of the 95% beds occupied. Jakarta entered the worst case scenario in dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic from end June till early July 2021. Based on the data from World Health Organization as the end of August 2021, the number of confirmed cases of COVID-19 were above 200 million cases, together with the number of deaths almost 4.5 million people. While the total number of positive cases in Indonesia has reached 4 million cases, and in Jakarta it has reached 850,000 cases. The percentage of positive cases in the past week was below 5%, while Indonesia reached above 25%. In addition, the capacity of government health facilities and isolation shelters were incapable of coping with the increasing number of positive cases. Hospitals located in Jakarta were over capacity, and the number of health workers contracted the virus and died grew. Distinguished participants of the forum, according to Jakarta's deep observation, the current situation highlights 5 key challenges in the handling of COVID-19. First, human resources. Limited health workers in dealing with the surge in COVID-19 cases and the large number of health workers exposed to COVID-19. Second, logistics in which the surge in COVID-19 cases affects the needs of hospitals in handling patients and protecting health workers themselves. Third, infrastructure to support hospital disaster plan or HDP implementation, which is the surge in COVID-19 patients, make hospital unable to implement HDP properly in the field, one of which is due to limited treatment rooms for COVID-19 patients. Fourth, information, education, communication, and health promotion, namely decreased public compliance in implementing health protocols, resulting in a spike in COVID-19 cases. This condition is aggravated by the entry of the COVID-19 Delta variant, which is more contagious than other variants. The COVID-19 Delta variant dominates the increase in COVID-19 cases in Jakarta. And fifth, to accelerate vaccination, advocacy efforts are still needed, including increasing supplies to the government. Dealing with those problems, Jakarta made 3 efforts which were carried out simultaneously and gradually, namely adapting, recovering, and maintaining. At the adapting along with the recovering stage, Jakarta Capital City Government, through the central government's policy of imposing restrictions on emergency community activities and, of course, handling cases, to provide all essential information and various government services digitally and mass vaccines. As for the effort at the maintaining stage is the horizontal integration of policies and actions between Jakarta and its surrounding cities, or known as the Greater Jakarta Area. The most crucial step taken by Jakarta is the vaccination, which plays an important role in controlling the pandemic. As per the end of August 2021, vaccinations in Jakarta have reached 9.6 million for the first dose of injection, and currently work on the second dose of injection. 61.6% target has been achieved. As an open border city, vaccination in Jakarta is held not only for Jakarta citizens, but also for Greater Jakarta. 40% vaccination coverage in Jakarta held for citizens from Greater Jakarta. As reflected the unceased efforts of Jakarta, the current situation in Jakarta per September 22nd, 2021 has resulted the sharp decline of cases at 2,347. It was significant drop, almost 1/13th, instead of the peak of pandemic in mid-July 2021, which reached more than 113,000 cases. The rapid decline in active cases and vaccination coverage achievement in Jakarta are results of joint work of prompt responses and actions to prevent the COVID-19 infections, through innovation and collaboration by intensifying testing, tracing, and treatment, as well as recent efforts to deploy safe vaccines. In the spirit of we are all in this together, we firmly believe that vaccination plays a crucial role in controlling the pandemic. Distinguished participants of the forum, the highlights of Jakarta's efforts in handling COVID-19 are as follows. Ensure access to essential informations and various government services in our super apps called Jaki, and through our website corona.jakarta.go.id, which provide easy access to COVID-19 vaccination and active participation to report violations and complaints for the better Jakarta. Accelerate COVID-19 vaccination with various parties through collaboration, especially for community outreach with mobile vaccination, including hard-to-reach and high-risk populations. Invite citizens to be a part of COVID-19 solution and beyond, such as involving professional organizations, epidemiologists, behavioral scientists, and other experts from various fields to get innovative recommendations. Engaging collaboration between national and regional government-owned and private hospitals and labs to establish 140 COVID-19 referral hospitals and 118 laboratories network. As mentioned earlier, we also provide a large-scale social collaboration platform that invites business entities, social institutions, associations, individuals, and houses of observers to collaborate for collaboration to participate, such as collaborative networking efforts to fulfill basic medical devices in handling COVID-19 patients, cooperation and network creation for the COVID-19 PCR examination, collaboration to facilitate self-isolation location, collaboration in providing vaccination facilities, including mobile vaccine cars, helping vulnerable people during the pandemic, such as food aid, home learning devices for students, to reviving this SMEs and kampung improvement. From early July until today, Jakarta is implementing activity restrictions. Due to the rapid rise of COVID-19 cases, as concerns over the Delta variant. We put forward our transparency, collaborative, fact-based, and science-driven policy-making principles in every strategy we make. The main change which will need to be scaled up is the horizontal integration in policies and actions between Jakarta and its surrounding cities in the greater Jakarta area. There are several key institutional changes which should be maintained in Jakarta. Among others are data-driven and participatory making process, good governance principles in handling the issue and long-term development planning, the efficient usage of information technology to gather data tracking and tracing analysis of trends. Therefore, it is important for Jakarta to be more resilient than ever. Resilient of its urban system, economic system, and also the community. In concluding my remarks that these days, we see the pandemic not only as crisis and challenge, but also as a momentum to envision and redefine the city vision for Jakarta becoming pandemic-proof city, resilient to crisis city, digitally advanced city, sustainable and livable city. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and hopefully this forum will provide much benefit and networks for all of us to keep collaborating with all stakeholders over the pandemic.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Governor, for your very informative presentation on COVID-19 situation in Jakarta, which was reportedly known as one of the most worrying cases in the world. But having listened to your presentation, however, I was relieved to see that you are now controlling the situation and things are getting back to normal like most cities. I hope that your effort will end in a great success soon. Well, next, I would like to introduce our next speaker, Fiona Twy-Cross, Deputy Mayor of London. We will meet her through video.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you, my esteemed colleagues and friends in resilience. It is an honor to be addressing you at this important event, and I would like to thank our hosts, Mayor Oh Si-hoon, the Mayor of Seoul, and Mami Mizutori, Special Representative of the Secretary General for UN Disaster Risk Reduction, for leading on such a critical event. For those of you who do not know me, I am Fiona Twy-Cross, Deputy Mayor for Fire and Resilience in London. I chair the London Resilience Forum, the mechanism through which London coordinates planning, preparedness and response to disaster risks in the city. The London Resilience Forum brings together a wide coalition of partner organisations with a shared interest in resilience and disaster response. Members of the partnership come from the private and public sector and include organisations ranging from the emergency services, local government, the National Health Service, to utility and transport providers, and the community, faith and voluntary sector. By working together in partnership, our goal is to improve London's preparedness to disaster risk. We do this by assessing risks to London's resilience, preparing, responding, recovering and improving, and helping Londoners be prepared. The last few years in London have seen a clear increase in the amount of time the partnership is responding to events which we previously only prepared for as risks. It is noticeable how, while in the past initial response phases were short-lived, incidents now require a response that is of a more protracted nature. This has forced us to think collectively, more creatively, about how we can manage our efforts together in future. This is combined with the expectation that in future we're likely to see an increased frequency of incidents occurring due to a combination of climate change impacting upon us and the continuing growth of our city populations. To say this in the language of resilience, it is not just about the response mechanisms to acute shocks, but it is also the response mechanisms to chronic stresses that need active response mechanisms. Because stresses are more likely to affect the interdependencies between organisations and therefore the system as a whole. In London, we've been thinking about how we improve this through a very specific lens, as there's no single overarching governance model that collectively manages every single level of government or every single agency across the city. This means we rely on relationships and trust that we know we need to develop long before any problem occurs. We have always been prepared to use the expertise of partners to coordinate different organisations at the scene of a single incident. For instance, a terror attack or loss of water supply confined to a defined area over a matter of hours. However, when you get more complex situations or events, such as the Grenfell Tower fire and more recently the impact of the coronavirus, this requires input and coordination from senior representatives from a wide variety of organisations over a long time period. This complexity and duration and understandable public interest changes how we need to view preparedness. In our response to coronavirus, we have also needed to adapt our response strategy to reach out and engage much more closely with London's diverse communities, not just during any response, but as part of our preparedness to managing an emergency. So how to address this? It goes without saying that we should be investing in mitigating risk, looking to cleaner, greener energy and transport solutions, in reaching net zero and becoming sustainable consumers. And the discussion at this summit is vital to ensuring that we continue to commit to measures that will enhance our resilience. Many colleagues here today have been taking bold steps in designing and implementing these solutions, something we're actively watching and learning from in London. Alongside this, we also need to be adapting our response measures to be ready to manage future disasters well. Our focus this year will be twofold. Firstly, driving forward our understanding of the risks that we may face, not simply as isolated risks, but understanding how they may disrupt the systems that interconnect to make our city work, and the impacts that they will have on London's communities. Secondly, we're making efforts to build connectivity and communications with London's communities. This reinforces the relationships developed during our response on coronavirus, making them stronger so we are better prepared for whatever we may face next. The more we can engage with responders, organisations and community leaders about risk and disruption, the better our communications and preparations can be. And the deeper our understanding will be of where we need to focus our greatest risk mitigation and management efforts. At the same time, we are continuing to extend our relationships with responder organisations in London to widen our shared understanding of how we collectively can manage any incident, how we can scale our shared response activities to manage complex, long-term and potentially pan-London incidents in future, ensuring rapid deployment, information sharing and cross-organisational political engagements in emergencies will help us be ready for any future incident. When all of us can collectively focus on sharing our efforts and knowledge on risk mitigation, sustainability and climate change, as well as finding ways to build city-level collaboration to deal with emergencies, we have an opportunity to make our cities stronger and better prepared. I would like to thank you all for taking the time to listen to me today. I am disappointed I'm unable to be part of this valuable discussion in person and very much look forward to hearing about the outcomes. I also look forward to opportunities to collaborate with many of you here today on this critical topic of disaster risk. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Well, it seems that Deputy Mayor Twycross, as chair of the London Resilience Forum, explains the importance of cooperation among organizations related to disaster reductions. She particularly stresses the importance of collective management within a community fighting against a disaster like climate change. And as you mentioned through your video, we will duly let you know the result of this forum. Now we will move on to Rome. Deputy Mayor Luca Montuori. So Mr. Deputy Mayor, are you there? Mr. Luca
Can you hear me
Montuori.
now?
Yes, are you
Yes.
there? Are you ready?
Okay. Yes, I'm here.
Yes, please.
Hello,
You have the floor, sir.
everybody.
Yeah.
Thank you for the invitation. I'm very glad to be here. I was here already 1 year ago in last edition for the Seoul Resilience connection about all the cities that have to share information. And 1 year ago, I came here introducing a very important project that Rome was starting. And now I would like to share with you some results, some important results we achieved within the framework of international commitments like C40, Urban 20, the Resilient City Network, and so on, that we had to limit the impacts of urban growth on climate and environmental change. So we approved this official document of guidelines for urban development of a very big and huge, extensive urban system that integrates mobility, resilience, and sustainability in an ambitious project envisioning the future of the city. This is an area of Rome, is about 5 square meters, and is inside a very important environmental system that is typical from Rome, with large national parks arriving inside the center of the city. So we worked to connect this existing natural system, even connecting them through the main railway stations inside the area. Here, we have some pictures about these areas that are inside the city of Rome. So thanks to areas like this, during the pandemic, Rome has shown a great resilience, taking advantage from these peculiar characteristics, proving how fundamental it is to guarantee easy accessibility to large parks and open areas, featuring consistent presence of greenery and nature to all citizens. So here you can see the River Aniene Valley, and you can see houses in the second plan of this park. So here we are in the center of Rome. This is the Appia Antica Regional Park, the largest archaeological park of the world, coming from the center of the city until the outskirts, arriving until the south of Italy. So in this document, the Green Ring project proposes a structural continuity between landscapes and environmental systems and new accessibility to this area from the railway system hubs, covering an area that extends, as I showed you, from the natural reserve of the Valle dell'Aniene to the Appia Antica Archaeological Park. Then, very important has been the way we designed this area to deliver outcomes to different scales by functioning as a multi-scalar structure capable of linking different results to form an overall picture. So we had 5 pillars: environment, smart mobility, quality and integration, zero energy, urbanization, community involvement. It's a project that looks together at infrastructure, urban development, combining the uniqueness of our landscapes with the direction that most important capitals of the world are taking to promote the sustainable development of the city. So we shared this idea with our citizens into a large green participation process that we had through webinars, meetings, even designing a map with citizens on a, of course, online platform, trying to map inside this all the informal uses that citizens are usually doing in these areas, like I don't know, small agricultural plots, informal communities having sports facilities, combining even a very important cultural landscape inside these areas with our goals. Here you can see, for example, the Villa Gordiani Casilino district. So a huge archaeological park inside the peripheral area. So the geographical dimension of the post-metropolis, the idea of the porous city, the green archipelago, have become models embodying a new set of needs for us. So Rome has been able to respond to these needs, thanks also to the civic networks that have been looking after these places of urban agriculture, as I said, sports, and so on. So we work learning from the informal city to the city of citizens. For example, here is a very important area where we are leading a project of reforestation. So it's an area where during the years, a strange lake was created during the works on a construction site. So the bulldozers pierced the water table, so the lake was formed. This is the Lake of Rome, and now here we are working on a reforesting project. So we planted last week 100 trees with citizens, and we are proceeding with new 4,000 trees in a few days. So this is the image of how this large and huge green area is, sometimes with the buildings inside, sometimes with buildings in the second plan. So these are images. And very important for us is the connection with the railway crossing lines. And the green, you see, paths you can have across these areas. So these are some abandoned areas inside the city, nearby the railways, that we transformed through projects, even with the collaboration with C14. So this is mainly the idea, so to completely leave the green area free from construction, creating new city hubs and concentrating construction around the existing stations. For example, this is the vision for the new high-speed train station built in Rome that is actually in a kind of desert, building here a new green vision for what we call the Polo Est. And this is the winning project from the Reinventing Cities C40 in the station Tuscolana called Campo Urbano. So it's very important that this system that runs alongside the railway ring, that is the natural system, can become part of this structure, becoming together an urban framework that envisions the city as a great scheme of open and welcoming relations. So these are images from this project. And this that you can see is the Green City Master Plan, the very important image, the law as we can develop this area. This is the beginning of an ambitious but strategic route for Rome. With this project, we aim to pursue the goal of the resilience strategy that we worked on in 2018, and the emission reduction targets agreed with C14 that we work together even in Reinventing City program. So it's important commitments that we have undertaken with other cities and that we are working on in Rome. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your excellent presentation, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Okay, so far we have heard a total of 10 presentations. Before we move on to the next stage of our session, I would like to ask Mr. Ineas Komike to give us a comprehensive review based on the presentations made so far. So, Mr. Komike, are you ready? Are you there? Mr. Komike, are you listening to us? Okay, so I think we have some problems of connection with Tim. So instead of listening to him, I propose to have some sessions waiting for us. We are supposed to have Q&A session, but I don't see not many mayors and deputy mayors still stay with us. I don't see many. So for those who are staying with us, I would like to give the floor for their comment, if you agree with it. So first of all, I would like to give the floor to Marlene Abigail Binet, Mayor of Makati. Are you willing to speak for anything what you want to say? It's okay. On COVID-19 situation or climate change thing whatsoever. If you have any more comment and any information to share with us. Mr. Mayor?
I think there's actually a question regarding how we can find other cities that are similarly situated. We do have a twinning program that can be helpful for cities similarly situated with Makati or any other city around the world. So I think a twinning program with not just limited to the Philippines, but as well as a twinning program or a sister city program with other cities around the world would be helpful to exchange knowledge on how to address daily disasters that we encounter regularly, and not just COVID-19. COVID-19 is I think hopefully it's a once in a lifetime experience. I hope it's not going to happen again anytime in the near future. And I think we really have to prepare for what we've always been preparing for: earthquake, floods, fire, climate change, disasters caused by climate change. So I hope forums like this will be an opportunity for us to exchange ideas and knowledge and benchmarking on what we do in our city that can be applied in other cities as well.
Okay, Mayor, thank you. Thank you very much for your very encouraging comment. And I see that Mr. Luca Montori, the Deputy Mayor of Rome, you are still there.
Yes, I'm here.
So, are you willing to make some comment?
Yes, yes. I think it's very important for us to be here. I started in this work in 2017, working on the Resilient City Network. So now with COVID-19, we can see that many actions we are taking and we are discussing together have been very important to help us to deal with COVID-19. For example, for us in Rome, many programs we started according to Resilient City Network, according to C40, as I said, has been very important because helped us to deal with COVID-19. So the idea of resilience doesn't have to fit only with disasters, I think, but has to fit with a new vision of the city, a new approach to relationship between citizens and greenery, a new approach even that we need as cities, and we need powers to do that, to deal with finance and to deal with new economic powers that are, of course, interested in developing programs in the city. So we had to deal with all these things and to, I don't know how to explain better, but to put everything on the screen and try to deal together, sharing information, sharing knowledge, and continuing this process that is very important. It's very easy for us to meet, for example, through this kind of virtual meeting, but it's very important even not to leave the sociality of meetings. You know, the peer-to-peer small meetings that we had together during the official meetings that we had in the past. So I think that we have to deal with all these things. We have to continue because I see that many progress has been made. I think that the pandemic situation gave us an acceleration through a new phase of the world. This is not a crisis, so it's not a turning point. You know, is when you are on a new path, parallel, and you have new goals in the same direction that we were working on 2 years ago, but it's not a crisis. It's a new path that we have to work on together, I hope.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor. It's a great word. Well, since the scheduled time to end the session is now approaching, I think I will stop the discussion here and close the forum. I am very pleased that we have talked about the theme of the city's actions against everyday disaster risks today. I hope it has been a very meaningful time for the audience watching the forum on YouTube. In the midst of the daily threat of disasters, such as infectious disease and the climate crisis, I hope all our cities can cooperate to create safe cities for everyone. Thank you for staying with us. Thank you.
네, 이것으로 2021 서울 국제 도시 회복력 포럼을 모두 마치도록 하겠습니다. 긴 시간 함께해 주신 모든 발표자 여러분, 그리고 좌장님, 그리고 특히 함께 시청해 주신 시청자 여러분들께 감사의 말씀 드리면서 내년에는 더욱더 좋은 순서로 모습으로 또 찾아뵙도록 하겠습니다. 고맙습니다. Now this concludes the International Urban Resilience Forum Seoul 2021, and I would like to thank all of our presenters, moderator, and especially our audience for being part of today's forum. We will see you again next year and hopefully in a better condition. And wherever you are, please stay safe. Thank you.